Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the stillness of the night, when the world sleeps, the static whispers. Here, we unearth the forgotten, the forbidden, and the unsettling. Tonight's stories will crawl beneath your skin and nest in your thoughts. So turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the static guide you. Before we begin, let us know where and when you're listening from. Drop your country or the exact time you're tuning in, because at 3 a.m., you're never really alone.
Story 1. The Blood Moon Ritual. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a cloying sweetness that masked a more sinister aroma, the metallic tang of blood. A blood moon, swollen and crimson, hung low in the sky, casting an eerie, crimson glow upon the ancient forest. Beneath the gnarled branches of ancient oaks, a clearing had been crudely fashioned, its center marked by a rough-hewn altar constructed from moss-covered stones. Around it, a circle of figures, cloaked and hooded, chanted in a low, guttural language that sent shivers crawling down the spines of the four unsuspecting witnesses hidden amongst the shadows at the edge of the clearing. Elias, the most seasoned among them, gripped his binoculars, his breath catching in his throat. He'd been drawn to this remote part of the Appalachian Mountains by whispers of ancient pagan rituals, tales dismissed by most as mere folklore. But Elias had always held a fascination with the darker side of history, and the recent string of unsettling disappearances in the surrounding towns had fueled his determination to uncover the truth. His three friends, Maya, Liam, and Chloe, were initially hesitant, but Elias's persistence and the shared thrill of exploring the unknown had convinced them to accompany him. The ritual was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The figures were not just chanting, they were swaying, their bodies moving in a hypnotic, almost rhythmic dance that seemed to synchronize with the moon's slow, eerie journey across the night sky. Their faces were obscured by the deep hoods of their cloaks, but Elias could discern the glint of something metallic in their hands, knives, perhaps, or something far more sinister. As the chanting intensified, a palpable sense of dread filled the clearing. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable weight that pressed down on the four observers, making their breath shallow and their hearts pound against their ribs. Chloe, the most sensitive of the group, felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a feeling of being watched, scrutinized by unseen eyes. She clutched Liam's arm, her fingers digging into his flesh. The chanting reached a fever pitch, culminating in a blood-curdling scream that seemed to rip through the fabric of the night itself. The figures parted, revealing a young woman bound to the altar, her eyes wide with terror, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and cold. Elias's stomach churned. This was no mere theatrical performance. This was a sacrifice. A figure stepped forward, tall and imposing, their cloak falling back to reveal a face contorted with a chilling expression of religious zeal. The figure held a wickedly curved knife, its blade gleaming under the blood moon's light. A gasp escaped Maya's lips, a sound instantly stifled as the figure raised the knife, ready to strike. Before the blade could fall, however, a piercing howl echoed through the forest, a sound that seemed to shatter the spell that held the ritual participants captive. The chanting stopped abruptly, the figures froze, their eyes widening in surprise and fear. The young woman on the altar remained silent, her eyes fixed on the source of the sound. From the depths of the woods, a creature emerged, its form indistinct in the low light, but its presence undeniable. It was large, imposing, and moved with an unnerving grace, its movements fluid and predatory. Its eyes burned with an inner light, and its howls carried a power that silenced the terrified participants in the ritual. The creature approached the altar, its gait deliberate, its eyes fixed on the bound young woman. It raised a paw, and a low growl vibrated from deep within its chest. The figure holding the knife hesitated, paralyzed by fear. The other hooded figures backed away slowly, their expressions a mixture of shock and dread. The air thrummed with unseen energy as the creature seemed to assess the situation. Then, something unexpected happened. The creature lowered its paw, and instead of attacking the young woman, it nudged her gently with its snout. The young woman flinched, but the creature did not harm her. Instead, it let out another piercing howl, this time filled with a strange mixture of anguish and warning. The creature then turned its attention to the hooded figures, its eyes burning with a malevolent intensity. It let out a series of low growls, a series of snarls that seemed to carry a message of menace and authority. The hooded figures seemed to understand the warning. They turned and fled into the darkness, disappearing as quickly as they had appeared. The creature approached the young woman again, and this time it untied her bonds. The young woman, still trembling, slowly stood up, and the creature guided her towards the edge of the clearing and then disappeared back into the darkness. The four observers remained frozen in their hiding place, their hearts pounding, their minds reeling from what they had witnessed. As the crimson glow of the blood moon faded and the first rays of dawn began to filter through the trees, the four friends looked at each other in stunned silence. The ritual, the sacrifice, the creature, everything seemed surreal, unbelievable. They had stumbled upon something far older, far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined. They knew they had to keep quiet, to keep what they had witnessed to themselves, at least for now. The forest held its secrets close, and they had inadvertently become a part of them. The lingering scent of blood and the memory of the creature's eyes would forever be etched into their minds, a chilling reminder of the ancient, dark magic that still lurked in the shadows of the world. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves in the rising wind. A new chapter in their lives had begun, a chapter marked by the chilling revelation that some things were best left undisturbed. The unsettling silence after the creature's departure hung heavy in the air, broken only by the whispering wind rustling through the ancient trees. Elias, still clutching his binoculars, felt a tremor run through him, a mixture of adrenaline and a profound, unsettling unease. He lowered the binoculars, his gaze fixed on the clearing, now empty save for the scattered remnants of the ritual, a few stray twigs, a torn piece of cloth, and the lingering, metallic scent of blood. The young woman was gone, vanished as mysteriously as the creature that had intervened. Maya, her face pale and drawn, broke the silence. What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Liam, usually the most stoic of the group, nodded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chloe, her hand still clutched in Liam's, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground, as if afraid to look up and confront the reality of what they had witnessed. Elias, despite the shock that ran through him, felt a strange pull, a morbid curiosity that gnawed at his insides. He had always been fascinated by the occult, by the hidden corners of history where the veil between worlds seemed thin and fragile. This ritual, this creature, it was unlike anything he had ever encountered, a chilling glimpse into a realm far older and more terrifying than any folklore he'd ever read. He felt compelled to understand, to unravel the mystery of this forbidden knowledge. That night, back at their secluded cabin, the four friends huddled around a crackling fire, trying to make sense of what they had seen. The silence was punctuated only by the crackling flames and the occasional shiver that ran through them. Elias, driven by his obsession, started to research. He pulled out his worn leather-bound books, filled with notes and annotations on forgotten rituals, pagan practices, and obscure folklore from the Appalachian region. He searched for any mention of a creature like the one they had encountered, a being that seemed both terrifying and strangely protective. His research led him to ancient texts, cryptic symbols, and fragmented accounts of forgotten cults and blood rituals. He discovered references to a night howler, a powerful entity that guarded the threshold between worlds, a guardian of ancient secrets and forbidden knowledge. Some texts described it as a protector, others as a vengeful spirit, its behavior unpredictable and dependent on the nature of the ritual it encountered. The descriptions of its appearance were vague, shrouded in symbolic language and artistic interpretations more suggestive than literal. The common thread, however, was its connection to blood sacrifices, its intervention often marking a shift in the ritual's trajectory. Days turned into weeks as Elias plunged deeper into his research. He spent hours poring over dusty tomes, deciphering cryptic manuscripts, and cross-referencing obscure sources. He discovered that the blood moon ritual they had witnessed was far older than he initially imagined, dating back to a time before recorded history, its origins lost in the mists of time. It was a ritual associated with a secretive sect, known only as the Children of the Crimson Moon, a group dedicated to invoking a dark power, a malevolent entity that resided deep within the earth. The ritual, Elias learned, was not simply a sacrifice. It was a summoning, an attempt to tap into a reservoir of immense power, a gateway to a realm of ancient evil. The creature they had seen was a guardian, a sentinel protecting this gateway, intervening only when the ritual's participants strayed too far, veering towards a path of irreversible destruction. Elias's obsession grew, fueled by his discoveries and the growing unease among his friends. Maya, particularly, became increasingly worried about his obsession, fearing it was consuming him. Liam, while more reserved in his concerns, showed a growing unease towards Elias's increasingly solitary behavior. Chloe, ever the most intuitive of the group, sensed a darkness growing within Elias, a darkness he could not contain. His research led him to understand the significance of the symbols used in the ritual, the chanting, the specific positioning of the participants. He found references to a hidden language, a tongue of forgotten power, capable of unlocking ancient energies and manipulating reality itself. He learned that the blood moon was not merely a backdrop to the ritual, but an integral part of it, a celestial alignment that amplified the power of the dark entity they were trying to summon. He discovered that the specific type of knife used in the ritual was not just a tool for sacrifice, but a conductor, a conduit for channeling the dark energy. The markings etched onto its blade were ancient runes, symbols of immense power, capable of amplifying the energies channeled during the ritual. The blood of the sacrifice was not merely an offering, but a vital component, a key to unlocking the gateway to the otherworldly entity. The more he learned, the more he understood the terrifying power of the ritual, the profound consequences of its misuse. He also understood the role of the creature, a being that acted as a failsafe, a guardian against the uncontrolled release of a destructive energy. It was a terrifyingly delicate balance. Elias began to realize that his initial curiosity was turning into something far more dangerous, a reckless obsession that threatened not only himself but those closest to him. The forbidden knowledge he sought was not just dangerous, it was profoundly unsettling, a power capable of obliterating boundaries between worlds. The weight of his discovery began to crush him. He saw the profound risks, the terrible potential for chaos and destruction. His friends, increasingly concerned, noticed his descent into obsession. His sleepless nights, his strange mutterings, his obsession with the details of the ritual, it all pointed towards a dangerous spiral that they felt powerless to stop. The initial thrill of uncovering the truth was fading, replaced by a chilling awareness of the terrible responsibilities that came with this knowledge. He had uncovered a truth that might be better left undisturbed. He had tasted the forbidden fruit, and it had left a bitter, lingering taste of fear and regret. The ancient forest, once a place of intrigue and mystery, now held a new terror for him, a terror that was no longer the thrilling prospect of the unknown, but the chilling reality of a power far beyond his comprehension. The weight of this realization settled upon him like a heavy cloak, an uncomfortable garment of knowledge he was now forced to wear. His journey of discovery had ended, but the implications of this newly discovered truth had just begun. The line between thrill and terror had blurred, leaving him questioning his own sanity and the sanity of those around him. The forest, the blood moon, the creature, and the hidden knowledge, they were all linked in a macabre tapestry, forever intertwined with his fate. And he knew, deep in his soul, that some things were best left unknown. The air hummed thick with the cloying sweetness of blood and the acrid tang of burnt herbs, a nauseating perfume clinging to the damp earth. The clearing, once bathed in the eerie glow of the blood moon, was now shrouded in an oppressive darkness, the trees looming like silent sentinels over the scene of the horrific ritual. The young woman, the sacrifice, was gone. Only the scattered remnants of the ceremony remained, a broken ceremonial knife, its ornate handle stained crimson, a scattering of feathers from a raven's wing, and a chillingly empty space where the altar had stood. A wave of nausea washed over Maya, her stomach churning at the gruesome spectacle they had witnessed. The sight of the creature, the swiftness of its intervention, the silent efficiency with which it had removed the woman, haunted her waking thoughts and bled into her dreams. Liam, his usually calm demeanor shattered, stood rigidly, his jaw clenched, his eyes fixed on the ground as if unwilling to acknowledge the reality of the event. Chloe, her hand trembling, reached out to Liam, her silence more eloquent than any spoken word. The unspoken horror that bound them together was a heavy, palpable thing. Elias, despite the visceral shock, felt a chilling sense of fascination. His initial curiosity had morphed into something more insidious, a desperate need to understand the intricate tapestry of horror they had inadvertently stumbled upon. The ritual, he now realized, was far more complex than a simple blood sacrifice. It was a terrifying dance with the occult, a reckless attempt to breach the veil separating worlds. The creature, he suspected, was not simply a guardian but a gatekeeper, a sentient being tasked with maintaining the balance between realms, intervening only when the ritual threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. The drive back to their cabin was a silent ordeal. The oppressive darkness of the Appalachian forest seemed to press in on them, the rustling leaves whispering secrets they couldn't comprehend. Each shadow seemed to writhe and shift, the silence punctuated only by the occasional gasp from Maya, or the involuntary shudder that ran through Chloe. Liam remained stoic, his silence a shield against the encroaching terror. Back at the cabin, the flickering firelight cast dancing shadows that mimicked the grotesque images seared into their memories. Elias, consumed by his obsessive need to understand, plunged back into his research. He unearthed ancient texts describing the children of the Crimson Moon, a shadowy sect whose origins were lost to the mists of time. Their rituals, he discovered, were not just invocations of power but attempts to manipulate fate itself, to bend reality to their twisted will. The knife, he learned, was not merely a tool of sacrifice but a key, its markings ancient runes of immense power, capable of opening a conduit between worlds. The blood of the sacrifice was not simply an offering but an activator, a catalyst for the ritual's horrific conclusion. The moon, in its crimson phase, was an amplificatory force, augmenting the power channeled through the knife and the blood. It wasn't merely a backdrop to the ritual, it was an integral part of it, a celestial trigger. He found accounts of previous rituals, accounts shrouded in secrecy and obfuscation. He discovered tales of villages consumed by inexplicable madness, of sudden and inexplicable disappearances, of crops withering and dying without explanation. These weren't isolated incidents, but evidence of the children of the Crimson Moon's attempts to wield a power far exceeding their comprehension. The texts described the consequences of disrupting the balance, of forcing the gateway open without the proper precautions. It wasn't just the summoning of a dark entity, it was the unleashing of a chaotic force that threatened to unravel reality. Elias understood, with chilling clarity, that the creature's intervention was not merely an act of protection but an act of desperate containment. The creature, whatever it was holding back something infinitely worse. The weight of his understanding pressed down on Elias with suffocating intensity. The thrill of discovery had been replaced by a chilling dread. He had glimpsed the abyss, and the abyss had glimpsed back, leaving an indelible mark on his soul. He saw the patterns now, the subtle signs he'd missed before, the unnatural stillness of the forest, the unsettling silence that preceded the ritual, the chilling, almost unnatural scent of ozone that hung in the air after the creature's intervention. It was a scent of power, a scent of the unimaginable. He realized the profound consequences of their actions, of their intrusion into a realm that was not meant for mortal eyes. They had witnessed a ritual that should have remained undisturbed, a secret guarded for millennia. They had disrupted something ancient, something powerful, something malevolent. The creature's intervention was not an act of benevolence but a desperate act to prevent a far greater calamity. Maya, her face pale and haunted, finally broke the silence that had hung over them for days. "What do we do now?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The question hung in the air, unanswered, a testament to the sheer weight of the horror they had witnessed. Liam, his stoicism finally fracturing, nodded slowly, his eyes mirroring the deep fear that gnawed at his soul. Chloe, ever the most perceptive, looked at Elias, her gaze searching, assessing. She saw the torment in his eyes, the knowledge that he carried, a burden far too heavy for any one man to bear. Elias, his obsession now tempered with a bone-deep fear, knew they could not simply ignore what they had seen. The secret they had stumbled upon was not theirs to keep. The ritual was a warning, a chilling glimpse into a world that lay just beyond the veil of reality, a world where ancient evils slept and the boundaries between worlds were thin, fragile things. The creature was a custodian, a safeguard against forces beyond human comprehension. And they, unwittingly, had disturbed the balance. They had stared into the abyss, and the abyss, in its silent, terrifying way, had stared back. The chilling realization settled upon them like a shroud, heavy and inescapable. Their lives, irrevocably altered, were now intertwined with the ancient, dark secrets of the Appalachian forest and the chilling power of the crimson moon. The weight of this knowledge, this terrible truth, would shape their lives, their destinies, forever. The fear was not just of the ritual, or the creature, but of the unimaginable consequences of their unwitting interference in something far older and more terrifying than anything they could ever have imagined. The story wasn't over, it had only just begun. And the darkness they had glimpsed was only the beginning of a far greater, far more terrifying, truth yet to be revealed. The days that followed were a descent into a chilling surrealism. The vibrant colors of the Appalachian autumn seemed muted, dulled by a pervasive sense of dread. The crisp air, once invigorating, now carried an undercurrent of something unsettling, a subtle dissonance that grated on the nerves. For Maya, the nights were the worst. Sleep offered no respite, only a relentless cycle of nightmares, vivid, terrifying replays of the ritual, punctuated by the chilling visage of the creature, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. The scent of blood, though faint, clung to her senses, a phantom smell that haunted her waking moments. She found herself flinching at shadows, her every sense heightened, attuned to the slightest whisper of the unnatural. Liam, usually the stoic anchor of their group, retreated into a shell of silence. His usually sharp mind seemed clouded, his movements slow and deliberate, as if he were moving through a thick fog of grief and guilt. His appetite vanished, he slept little, his eyes dark and haunted, reflecting the unspoken terror that consumed him. He began to have episodes of intense anxiety, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The events of that night had shattered his carefully constructed sense of order, leaving him adrift in a sea of uncertainty and fear. Chloe, ever the observant one, noticed the changes in her friends. Her normally cheerful demeanor was replaced by a quiet concern, a watchful attentiveness that spoke volumes about her internal struggle. She became increasingly withdrawn, spending hours sketching in her notebook, her drawings imbued with a dark, unsettling symbolism that mirrored the horrors they had witnessed. Her usually sharp wit was dulled, her laughter replaced by a haunting silence, broken only by occasional sighs of deep contemplation. She seemed to sense the growing unease, the subtle changes in the atmosphere, and the creeping dread that was settling over them like a shroud. Elias, consumed by a relentless intellectual curiosity that bordered on obsession, continued his research. He delved deeper into the occult texts, uncovering more chilling details about the children of the Crimson Moon and their dark rituals. He learned of their beliefs, their motivations, and their terrifying mastery of arcane arts. He discovered that the ritual they had witnessed was not a standalone event but part of a larger, more sinister plan, a desperate attempt to unlock a power that could reshape reality itself. The deeper he delved, the more terrifying his findings became. The subtle changes weren't limited to the emotional realm. Strange events began to occur, each one more unsettling than the last. First, it was the flickering lights at the cabin, the inexplicable power outages that left them shrouded in darkness. Then came the unsettling noises, scratching at the walls, whispers in the wind that seemed to carry ancient, malevolent words. The forest itself seemed to be changing, the trees appearing to lean in, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Shadows danced in the periphery, shifting and morphing into shapes that were both familiar and utterly terrifying. One morning, Maya awoke to find a single raven feather on her pillow, its sleek blackness a stark contrast against the white linen. The feather, identical to those scattered at the ritual site, sent a shiver down her spine, a chilling reminder of the horrors they had witnessed. That same day, Liam found an ancient, tarnished silver locket hidden beneath his bed, its surface engraved with symbols that mirrored the runes on the ceremonial knife. The locket was cold to the touch, radiating an unsettling aura of decay and despair. Chloe, meanwhile, discovered a cryptic message scrawled on a piece of parchment tucked inside her journal, its words written in a language she didn't recognize but which somehow resonated deep within her subconscious. The weight of their shared experience was palpable, a suffocating presence that hung heavy in the air. They were bound together, not just by friendship, but by the shared trauma of their encounter. Their lives, once ordinary and predictable, were now infused with a chilling sense of the uncanny, a persistent undercurrent of dread that threatened to overwhelm them. The sense of isolation deepened, their attempts to communicate their experiences met with disbelief and skepticism from those outside their circle. The world seemed to be closing in on them, the boundaries between the mundane and the supernatural blurring, the line between reality and nightmare dissolving. The guilt gnawed at them, a persistent ache that deepened with each passing day. They had intruded into a world that was not meant for human eyes, witnessed a ritual that should have remained undisturbed. They had disrupted a delicate balance, a precarious equilibrium between worlds, and now they were paying the price. The feeling of being watched, of being stalked by something unseen, was a constant companion, a persistent tremor that ran beneath the surface of their daily lives. The nights were particularly harrowing. The shadows seemed to grow longer, deeper, more menacing. The forest, once a source of peace and tranquility, now felt menacing and oppressive, its silence punctuated by unsettling creaks and groans. The moon, even when not in its crimson phase, seemed to bear witness to their growing despair, its pale light casting an eerie pallor over their faces. Elias, in his relentless pursuit of knowledge, discovered that the children of the Crimson Moon were not merely practitioners of dark magic but were also masters of manipulation, capable of subtly influencing the minds and wills of others. He found evidence suggesting that they were attempting to infiltrate their lives, to manipulate their thoughts and actions, to use them as pawns in their larger game. The unsettling occurrences, he realized, were not merely coincidences but calculated acts of intimidation, designed to test their resolve and gauge their reaction. The fear escalated, the line between reality and illusion growing increasingly blurred. The once comforting familiarity of their Appalachian haven had morphed into a place of constant apprehension and creeping dread, a prison of their own making. Their shared trauma, once a binding force, was now a source of deepening isolation, each of them carrying the burden of their guilt and the chilling premonition of something far worse to come. The feeling of being trapped in a cosmic horror movie became overwhelming, the very air heavy with the unspoken terror of the unseen and the unknown. Their quiet desperation was mirrored by the ominous silence of the forest, a silent conspiracy of nature itself. The weight of their transgression pressed down on them, a suffocating blanket woven from guilt and dread. The idyllic Appalachian landscape, once a source of solace, now felt like a suffocating cage, its beauty tainted by the shadow of their actions. The vibrant hues of autumn were dulled, the crisp air heavy with the unspoken weight of their shared secret. Sleep offered no escape, only a relentless cycle of nightmares, replaying the ritual's gruesome details with terrifying clarity. The faces of the cultists, their chanting, the acrid scent of burning herbs, the chilling presence of the creature, all were etched into their minds, haunting their waking hours with a visceral intensity. Elias, driven by a desperate need for understanding and perhaps a twisted hope for absolution, pored over ancient grimoires and forgotten texts. His research unearthed a chilling truth: the children of the Crimson Moon were not a random, isolated sect, but a deeply rooted organization with centuries of history, their influence stretching far beyond the remote Appalachian wilderness. Their rituals, he learned, were not merely acts of barbaric worship but carefully orchestrated attempts to manipulate the very fabric of reality, to breach the veil between worlds and unleash unimaginable horrors. He discovered that the creature they had witnessed was not merely a manifestation of dark magic, but a horrifying entity from a dimension beyond human comprehension, a being whose release threatened to shatter the boundaries of their world. The ritual they had witnessed, he understood with a sickening certainty, was only the beginning. The more Elias learned, the more desperate their situation became. The casual intrusion into their lives, the unsettling occurrences, the flickering lights, the whispers in the wind, the strange symbols, were not merely coincidences, but calculated acts of intimidation and manipulation by the children of the Crimson Moon. They had stumbled into a game far older and more dangerous than they could have ever imagined, and now they were pawns in a terrifying cosmic chess match. Fueled by a desperate need for redemption, the friends decided to confront the leaders of the children of the Crimson Moon. The decision was born not from bravery, but from a gnawing sense of responsibility, a desperate hope to undo the damage they had unwittingly inflicted. They knew the risks were immense, the odds stacked heavily against them, yet the alternative, passive acceptance of their fate, was unbearable. Their journey back to the secluded clearing was a harrowing odyssey. The forest seemed to conspire against them, the trees twisting into grotesque shapes, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The air was thick with a palpable sense of dread, the silence punctuated by unsettling whispers and rustling sounds that seemed to carry the breath of ancient malevolence. Each step forward felt like a transgression, a deeper immersion into the heart of darkness. Reaching the clearing, they found the remnants of the ritual, charred earth, scattered feathers, and the lingering scent of blood. The air hung heavy with the residual energy of the dark ceremony, a palpable aura of evil that clung to the very soil. A deep sense of foreboding settled over them, a chilling premonition of the danger that awaited. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing, his face obscured by a hooded cloak. He moved with an unsettling grace, his presence radiating an aura of chilling authority. He spoke in a low, resonant voice, his words echoing through the clearing, carrying the weight of centuries of dark knowledge. He identified himself as Mocker, a high priest of the children of the Crimson Moon. Mocker, despite their intrusion, did not attack. Instead, he engaged them in a chilling conversation, revealing the true nature of their organization and their goals. He spoke of their desire to break down the barriers between dimensions, to usher in an age of chaos and darkness, where their twisted vision of reality would reign supreme. He accused them of interfering with a cosmic event of immense significance, an event that would have ushered in a new era of power and dominion for the children of the Crimson Moon. He revealed that the creature they had witnessed was only a precursor, a herald of a far greater evil to come. He explained that their actions had delayed, but not prevented, the inevitable arrival of this entity. Their guilt, their fear, all of it was now fuel for the children of the Crimson Moon's continued efforts. The ensuing confrontation was not a physical battle but a harrowing test of wills, a war waged in the realm of the mind. Mocker, a master of psychological manipulation, played upon their deepest fears, their insecurities, and their sense of guilt. He twisted their remorse into a weapon, using their desire for redemption against them. He proposed a twisted bargain. They could assist the children of the Crimson Moon in their dark work, effectively becoming pawns in their cosmic game, or face the consequences of their interference, a fate far worse than anything they could imagine. Liam, racked by guilt and consumed by a desperate need to atone for his part in the events of the night, was the first to falter. He felt a pull towards Mocker's manipulative charm, the lure of power and purpose in the midst of despair. His internal struggle was a harrowing spectacle, a battle between his conscience and his fear. Maya, though shaken by the chilling revelations and threatened by Mocker's ominous words, remained resolute. She refused to become complicit in their nefarious plans. Her strength stemmed not from bravery but a profound and unwavering determination to protect those she loved and to prevent the horrific unfolding of Mocker's plan. Chloe, ever the observer, saw the subtle nuances of the conflict, the currents of dark magic that flowed between Mocker and her friends. Her keen mind and artistic talent allowed her to grasp the essence of the struggle, to see patterns and connections beyond the surface reality. She became a vital force, helping to counteract Mocker's manipulation. Her quiet strength and ability to interpret arcane symbolism served as a bulwark against Mocker's subtle power. Elias, driven by his intellectual curiosity and a desperate hope for a solution, found a loophole in Mocker's grand design. He used his understanding of the ancient texts to devise a counter-ritual, a desperate attempt to undo the damage they had caused and to thwart Mocker's plans. It was a perilous gamble, a dangerous game of arcane magic with potentially devastating consequences. He knew that failure meant their total annihilation, swallowed up by the forces they had so carelessly awakened. The climax of the chapter finds the friends locked in a desperate struggle against Mocker and the forces of the children of the Crimson Moon. It's a battle not of brute force, but of wills, of arcane knowledge, and of sheer, desperate determination. The fate of the four friends and, potentially, the world, hangs precariously in the balance. The air crackles with the energy of opposing magical forces, a maelstrom of power that threatens to tear the very fabric of reality asunder. The battle takes place in the shadowed depths of the Appalachian forest, amidst the silent witness of ancient trees. Their fight would decide not only their fate, but the outcome of a terrifying cosmic conflict. The moon, a malevolent crimson eye in the night sky, bears witness to their harrowing struggle, its ominous glow casting long, dancing shadows that mirrored the uncertain future that lay before them. The outcome remains unknown, hanging in the balance, awaiting the conclusion of their desperate, harrowing, and potentially world-altering confrontation. Story 2: The Haunted Dollhouse. The flickering gaslight cast long, dancing shadows across the dusty shelves of Silas's antique shop, illuminating a curious array of forgotten treasures. Elias, ever the seeker of the unusual, found himself drawn to a small, intricately crafted dollhouse nestled amongst chipped porcelain dolls and tarnished silver picture frames. It wasn't particularly ornate, but something about its quiet presence, its almost mournful stillness, captivated him. The wood, a dark, polished cherry, seemed to absorb the light, giving the miniature house an air of mystery. Tiny, perfectly formed windows hinted at miniature rooms within, promising a glimpse into a world both charming and unsettling. He picked it up, its weight surprisingly substantial for its size. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each tiny detail, from the miniature shingles on the roof to the meticulously carved window frames, spoke of a dedication bordering on obsession. A faint, almost imperceptible scent clung to the wood, a strange blend of dried roses and something else, something subtly acrid, like old incense. Silas, a wizened man with eyes that held the secrets of countless forgotten objects, simply nodded when Elias expressed his interest, his silence more telling than any words. "A curious piece," Silas murmured, his voice raspy with age, "found it tucked away in a forgotten attic, along with a whole collection of interesting things. I never quite understood its appeal, but perhaps you will." Elias purchased the dollhouse, carrying it home wrapped in layers of soft cloth as if it were a fragile relic. That night, under the soft glow of a desk lamp, he began to explore its intricate interior. Each room was a miniature marvel, perfectly furnished down to the smallest detail. A tiny, exquisitely crafted rocking horse sat in the nursery, its paint chipped and faded. A miniature tea set lay on a tiny table in the parlor, the cups and saucers impossibly delicate. But as he examined the dollhouse more closely, a growing unease began to settle over him. The miniature figures inhabiting the house weren't merely decorative, they seemed watchful. Their tiny painted eyes, though lifeless, seemed to follow him as he moved the dollhouse around. The unease intensified over the next few days. He'd find doors slightly ajar that he'd left closed, tiny objects rearranged in inexplicable ways. Once, he distinctly heard the faintest whisper, a child's giggle, echoing from within the dollhouse's seemingly empty chambers. He dismissed it initially as fatigue or an overactive imagination, but the occurrences persisted, growing more unsettling with each passing day. The subtle scent of dried roses and incense became more pronounced, now tinged with a sharp, almost metallic tang. The air around the dollhouse seemed to thicken, a palpable sense of unease radiating from its dark, polished wood. Driven by a mixture of fascination and fear, Elias began researching the dollhouse's origins. He discovered an old newspaper clipping tucked away in a local historical society archive, detailing a tragic fire that had consumed a grand Victorian mansion many decades earlier. The article mentioned the family who had lived there, the Millers, and alluded to rumors of a secret coven operating within their walls. The clipping described the macabre discovery of a hidden room within the house's cellar, containing strange symbols and a collection of occult artifacts. The dollhouse, it turned out, had been a treasured possession of young Clara Miller, the family's only daughter. His research led him to a local historian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Albright, who possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of the region's dark history. She confirmed the rumors of the Miller family's involvement in witchcraft, describing the family as secretive and reclusive, their practices shrouded in secrecy and whispers. Mrs. Albright confirmed the discovery of the hidden cellar room and described the symbols found within as belonging to a long-forgotten coven known as the Daughters of the Dusk. She described them as practitioners of an ancient, malevolent form of witchcraft, their rituals focused on channeling dark energy and manipulating the fabric of reality. According to Mrs. Albright, the coven was linked to a series of unexplained disappearances and strange happenings in the town. One local legend spoke of a malevolent entity said to dwell within the ruins of the Miller's mansion, its power magnified by the lingering echoes of the coven's dark rituals. A chilling tale centered around a haunted dollhouse, supposedly possessed by the vengeful spirit of Clara Miller, a dollhouse that was rumored to have been the focus of the Coven's most nefarious practices. It was believed to be a conduit for the entity's dark energy, a focal point for its malevolent influence. The coincidence was too stark to ignore. The dollhouse Elias had purchased was identical to the one described in the local legends. He now understood the whispers, the rearranged objects, the chilling scent. The dollhouse wasn't merely haunted, it was a vessel, a conduit for a malevolent entity, its miniature rooms concealing a gateway to a realm far darker than he could have ever imagined. The entity, bound to the dollhouse by the Coven's dark magic, had found a new host in Elias, and was subtly manipulating him, pulling him into its sphere of influence. As the days turned into nights, the activity within the dollhouse intensified. The whispers became more distinct, the movements more deliberate. He began to see shadowy figures flitting within the miniature rooms, their forms indistinct, their movements unnatural. The metallic tang in the air became stronger, a cloying scent that filled his senses and weighed down his mind. Sleep offered no escape, only a relentless cycle of terrifying nightmares mirroring the dark scenarios playing out within the confines of the dollhouse. He felt a constant, oppressive dread, a palpable sense of being watched, of being manipulated. He realized the danger, the horrifying truth of the situation, and that the entity wasn't merely haunting the dollhouse, it was attempting to possess him, to use him as a vessel to unleash its full, horrifying power. His own sanity seemed to be unraveling, his sense of reality fraying at the edges. The dollhouse's miniature rooms transformed in his mind, merging with the rooms of his own home. He struggled to distinguish the boundaries between the real and the unreal, trapped in a terrifying labyrinth of his own making. Elias tried to get rid of the dollhouse, attempting to destroy it, to break its dark enchantment, to sever the malignant link. But each attempt proved futile. The dollhouse seemed indestructible, its malevolent grip tightening with every failed attempt. He tried fire, throwing it into his fireplace, but the flames only licked at its surface, failing to leave a single scorch mark, the cherry wood remaining untouched and impervious. He tried to bury it, hiding it deep beneath the ground, yet it resurfaced, appearing inexplicably back on his mantelpiece. His research uncovered a peculiar ritual, mentioned in obscure texts relating to the Daughters of the Dusk, suggesting a way to banish the entity and break the dollhouse's malevolent spell. The ritual was complex, perilous, requiring a profound understanding of arcane symbolism and an ability to manipulate dark energies. The instructions were cryptic, the steps obscure, shrouded in riddles and symbolism. It required not merely destruction, but a binding, a careful neutralization of the entity's dark power. He understood that failure would lead to his complete subjugation, his becoming an empty shell, a vessel for the dark entity to unleash itself on the world. The stakes, he realized, were not just his own sanity and life, but potentially the very fabric of reality itself. The crimson moon, a malevolent eye in the night sky, seemed to beckon him forward, its ominous glow a chilling reminder of the power he was about to confront. The fate of Elias, and perhaps the world, hung precariously in the balance, dependent on his success in performing this ancient, dangerous ritual. The quiet, unassuming dollhouse, once a captivating antique, had transformed into a terrifying gateway to the abyss. The unsettling occurrences escalated beyond mere misplaced objects and whispered giggles. Sleep became a battlefield, a relentless onslaught of nightmares so vivid they bled into his waking hours. He'd jolt awake, heart hammering, drenched in a cold sweat, the acrid scent of dried roses and metallic tang still clinging to the air. His dreams were filled with miniature figures, their painted eyes burning with an unholy light, their silent movements echoing the creeping dread he felt in his waking life. He saw them enacting bizarre rituals within the dollhouse's tiny rooms, their actions disturbingly familiar, yet utterly incomprehensible. The scenes were fragmented, chaotic, yet undeniably linked to the dollhouse, to the entity it contained. One night, he awoke to a chilling sound, a rhythmic tapping, soft yet insistent, emanating from within the dollhouse. He crept towards it, his hand trembling as he reached for the miniature roof. As his fingers brushed against the tiny shingles, a wave of icy air washed over him, causing his breath to catch in his throat. He peered inside, his heart pounding in his chest, but the interior was still and silent. The tapping had ceased, leaving behind only an unnerving silence, heavy with an unspoken dread. The next day, he discovered a new addition to the dollhouse's miniature inhabitants, a tiny, intricately carved figure, bearing a striking resemblance to himself. It stood rigidly in the dollhouse's parlor, its eyes fixed upon him with an unnerving intensity. The detail was uncanny. Even the faint scar above his left eyebrow was replicated on the miniature figure. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized the implication. The entity was not only manipulating his surroundings, it was subtly creating a replica of himself within the confines of the dollhouse, mirroring his movements, anticipating his thoughts, and possibly even drawing his life force into the tiny figure. The visions became more frequent, more intense. He would see flashes of the past, glimpses into the lives of the Miller family, scenes of dark rituals performed within the grand Victorian mansion of Clara Miller's wide, frightened eyes as she watched her parents chant in hushed tones around the flickering flames. He witnessed the fire, the chaos, the desperate screams, and the unsettling stillness that followed, the dark shadow lingering in the aftermath. The visions weren't mere memories, they felt intensely real, as if he were reliving those horrific events himself, trapped within the confines of the dollhouse's miniature world. The boundary between his reality and the dollhouse's haunted reality blurred, threatening to swallow him whole. The metallic scent intensified, becoming a suffocating presence that clung to him like a shroud. He began to notice changes in his own behavior, a subtle shift in his personality. He found himself drawn to darker thoughts, darker impulses, a growing detachment from reality. He experienced unsettling mood swings, fluctuating between periods of intense anxiety and eerie calm, the latter marked by an unnerving sense of detachment and a chilling acceptance of the unfolding horror. His attempts at communication with the entity, born of a desperate desire for understanding, yielded only frightening results. He'd whisper questions into the dollhouse, and in response, he would hear whispers back, not in words but in raw, unfiltered emotion, a cocktail of malice, sorrow, and a chilling, insatiable hunger. The whispers manifested as a feeling of icy dread, a creeping paranoia that burrowed into his mind, replacing his own thoughts with those of the entity, manipulating his actions, and subtly bending his will to its perverse desires. He felt himself being changed, manipulated, and consumed from the inside out. He tried seeking help, but his attempts were met with disbelief and concern. He described the unsettling occurrences, the visions, the whispers, the ever-present dread, but his words sounded insane, the product of a mind unraveling under the pressure of an unseen force. Doctors suggested stress, exhaustion, and a severe case of anxiety. His friends and family, initially concerned, started to grow wary, their compassionate support fading into suspicion. He was alone in his torment, trapped within the suffocating reality of his own making, his cries for help falling on deaf ears. His isolation fueled the entity's power. The activity within the dollhouse intensified, the unsettling manifestations becoming increasingly frequent and more disturbing. He started seeing shadowy figures in the periphery of his vision, figures that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, their forms vague yet menacing. He found strange symbols etched into his furniture, the same symbols he'd seen in his visions, the same symbols etched into the walls of the miller's hidden cellar. They appeared spontaneously, as if scratched into the wood by an unseen hand. The air thickened further, growing heavy with the overwhelming presence of the entity, creating a suffocating atmosphere that was steadily driving him to the brink of madness. Desperation clawed at him, pushing him towards the dark ritual he'd unearthed during his research. The steps were fraught with danger, the instructions obscure, the outcome uncertain. He understood the potential cost. Failure would mean complete possession, his body and soul becoming an empty vessel for the entity to unleash its full, horrifying power upon the world. Yet, the alternative, to continue living under the entity's cruel and suffocating influence, was equally terrifying, a prospect far worse than death itself. He spent days studying the arcane texts, deciphering the cryptic symbols, preparing himself for the terrifying ordeal that lay ahead. The crimson moon hung heavy in the night sky, a malevolent eye bearing witness to his preparations. His fate, and the fate of others, hung in the balance. The seemingly innocent dollhouse had transformed into a terrifying crucible, a gateway to a terrifying and inescapable fate. His life, his sanity, and the very fabric of reality were all teetering on the precipice, poised to fall into the unforgiving abyss. Driven by a desperate need to understand the malevolent entity inhabiting the dollhouse, he began a relentless search into its history. His initial inquiries yielded little. The antique shop owner, a wizened old man with knowing eyes, remembered little beyond its intricate craftsmanship and the unsettling feeling it had always evoked. He'd acquired it from an estate sale, a collection of assorted antiques from a long-deceased family, the Millers. That name, however, triggered something within him, a faint echo of a forgotten memory, a whisper from the depths of the haunted dollhouse itself. The name Miller became his obsession. Days melted into weeks as he delved into local historical archives, scouring dusty records and yellowed newspapers. He unearthed snippets of information, fragments of a story shrouded in mystery and hushed whispers. The Millers, he discovered, were a prominent family in the late 19th century, residing in a grand Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town. Their wealth was significant, but their reputation was tarnished by rumors of eccentric behavior, isolation, and dark practices conducted behind closed doors. He found mentions of a secretive sect, whispers of forbidden rituals, and hints of a tragic fire that consumed their opulent home, leaving behind only charred remains and unanswered questions. His research unearthed a local legend, a chilling tale of the Millers' obsession with the occult. The story spoke of Clara Miller, the youngest daughter, a frail and melancholic child, who became the unwitting subject of her parents' dark experiments. They were rumored to be deeply involved in a coven, practicing a twisted form of witchcraft, using Clara as a conduit for their unholy desires. He discovered accounts of strange rituals performed within the mansion's hidden cellar, ceremonies conducted under the pale light of the moon, involving chanting, sacrifices, and the unsettling manipulation of arcane symbols. The more he learned, the more the puzzle pieces began to fit together. The dollhouse, he realized, wasn't just an antique, it was a meticulously crafted replica of the Miller mansion, a sinister artifact imbued with the family's dark history. Each miniature room mirrored a corresponding room in the original house, the layout identical, the details eerily accurate. The miniature inhabitants, he suspected, were representations of the Miller family members, caught forever in the throes of their gruesome rituals. He found old photographs, grainy images revealing the grandeur of the Miller mansion, its imposing structure standing tall amidst sprawling gardens. The faces of the Miller family were visible, their expressions varying between forced smiles and unsettling shadows. Clara's face was particularly striking, her eyes holding a haunting blend of fear and resignation. He noted the recurring symbols in the background of these photos, strange, intricate designs etched into the woodwork, on the walls, even on Clara's clothing. These were the same symbols he had seen in his visions, etched onto his own furniture, a chilling reminder of the entity's insidious influence. His research extended to local libraries and university archives, where he discovered old books on local history and folklore. One particularly worn volume, titled Whispers from the Blackwood, detailed the history of witchcraft in the region, including the infamous Miller case. The book's contents were fragmented, riddled with gaps and obscured by time, but enough details emerged to paint a disturbing picture of the family's involvement in dark rituals and their eventual downfall. The book described Clara's increasingly erratic behavior, her haunting screams echoing through the night, the chilling silence that followed, and the eventual fire that consumed the Miller mansion, leaving behind only a handful of survivors and a lingering sense of dread. It spoke of the family's obsession with a particular type of doll, intricately crafted and imbued with a dark magic, believed to hold the spirits of the deceased. It mentioned rumors of a hidden room within the mansion's cellar, a place of forbidden rituals and unholy practices. Could the dollhouse, a replica of the mansion, have been created as a vessel to contain the family's dark legacy, a physical manifestation of their tormented souls? The more he delved into the past, the more he felt a sense of encroaching dread. The entity's influence intensified, its whispers becoming more insistent, its visions more vivid. He began experiencing a disorienting blend of past and present, blurring the line between reality and the horrifying events unfolding within the confines of the dollhouse's miniature world. He started to see Clara's face in his reflection, her terrified eyes mirroring his own increasing despair. The metallic scent intensified, a suffocating presence that weighed upon him, threatening to consume him entirely. One night, fueled by caffeine and desperation, he stumbled upon an online forum dedicated to occult history. He described the dollhouse, the symbols, the family's dark past, and the unsettling experiences he was enduring. His post was met with a wave of responses, a mixture of disbelief, fascination, and outright fear. One user, identifying himself only as Old Man Willow, caught his attention. His message was cryptic, warning him to cease his investigation, claiming that some things are better left undisturbed. He mentioned a ritual, a dark and dangerous practice to banish the entity, a ritual, he hinted, that was tied to the creation of the dollhouse itself. Old Man Willow's message was chilling, almost prophetic, filled with a sense of foreboding that mirrored the oppressive atmosphere that was steadily closing in on him. He followed the cryptic clues left by Old Man Willow, discovering a series of hidden online forums and encrypted messages. These digital breadcrumbs led him to a forgotten website, filled with archaic texts, diagrams of ancient symbols, and detailed instructions for a complex ritual. The ritual, it described, was designed to bind and banish supernatural entities, a perilous undertaking fraught with danger, requiring precise steps and a deep understanding of the arcane arts. The instructions were written in a mix of Latin and an ancient dialect, the meaning obscured by time and deliberate obfuscation. He spent sleepless nights translating the cryptic texts, poring over the intricate diagrams, his understanding growing, but his fear intensifying with each decoded word. He discovered the ritual was linked to the creation of the dollhouse itself. The Millers, it seemed, had not merely built a miniature replica of their home, they had constructed a prison, a vessel to contain the entity they had inadvertently summoned. The ritual, however, had failed, the entity escaping its confinement, its malevolent influence seeping into the real world, finding a new host, him. The ritual was also a key to its banishment, but the risk of failure was immense, the consequences unimaginable. The final page of the online document contained a chilling warning. Attempting the ritual without complete understanding will unleash consequences far greater than the entity itself. The weight of this warning, the potential consequences, settled upon him like a leaden cloak. He was on the precipice of a terrifying decision: attempt a perilous ritual, facing the potential for annihilation, or continue living under the suffocating control of a malevolent entity, his sanity and very soul at stake. The crimson moon hung low in the sky, casting long, menacing shadows across his room, a silent witness to his desperate struggle against the creeping darkness. The fate of his life, and perhaps much more, rested on the brink of a single, terrifying choice. The online forum, a digital labyrinth of whispered secrets and half-truths, offered a chilling revelation. The Miller family weren't just eccentric, they were deeply entrenched in a coven, a clandestine brotherhood of practitioners of dark arts. Old Man Willow's cryptic warnings echoed in his mind, a haunting premonition of the dangers that lay ahead. The coven, according to fragmented historical accounts and the scattered whispers within the online forum, practiced a particularly brutal form of witchcraft, their rituals steeped in ancient, forgotten traditions. Their practices involved channeling powerful entities, manipulating energies that existed beyond human comprehension, and binding spirits to their will. The Millers, it seemed, were not merely participants but key players, their influence extending far beyond the confines of their isolated mansion. The unearthed documents, painstakingly translated, revealed the coven's intricate hierarchy and the specific roles each member played. Clara Miller, the frail young girl whose image haunted his waking hours, wasn't just a victim, she was a conduit, a vessel through which the coven channeled its darkest energies. Her haunting cries, mentioned in the whispers from the Blackwood, were not mere expressions of distress, but the agonizing screams of a soul being violently manipulated. The coven, in their hubris, had attempted to harness her inherent power, a power that far exceeded their comprehension. They had sought to create a nexus, a point of convergence between the mortal and ethereal realms, using Clara as the linchpin. The dollhouse, a chilling replica of the Miller mansion, wasn't simply a plaything or an artistic endeavor, it was a physical manifestation of the coven's ritual. Each miniature room represented a site of their unholy practices, each tiny detail a coded representation of their dark deeds. The miniature inhabitants, frozen in disturbing postures, were not just dolls, but representations of the coven members, caught in a horrifying tableau of their final ritual. The dollhouse itself was a prison, a container designed to trap the entity they had unwittingly unleashed, an entity that was now subtly but inescapably influencing his own actions, guiding his every move. Further investigation revealed that the coven's ritual involved a binding spell, an attempt to harness the power of a malevolent entity for their own twisted purposes. The entity, whose nature remained shrouded in mystery, possessed incredible power, capable of manipulating reality itself. The ritual was intended to bind the entity to the physical plane, making it a tool for the coven's dark ambitions. The dollhouse, it turned out, was to serve as a prison, a vessel to contain this formidable power. However, the ritual had gone awry, the entity proving far more powerful than the coven had anticipated. The binding spell had failed, and the entity had broken free, its influence spreading like a malignant cancer. The document spoke of a desperate attempt to rectify their mistake, a counter-ritual meant to banish the entity back to the abyss from whence it came. This counter-ritual, however, was far more dangerous and complex than the initial binding, demanding a level of arcane knowledge and precision that the coven lacked. The incomplete counter-ritual, hastily performed in the chaos of the entity's escape, left a lingering residue of its influence, a tainted energy that seeped into the very fabric of the Miller mansion. The devastating fire that consumed the house, he realized, wasn't an accident. It was the entity's response to the coven's failed attempt at containment. The fire was a violent manifestation of its rage, a purging of the corrupted land. The ritual, as detailed in the online documents and obscure historical texts, involved the use of specific symbols, rare herbs, and chanted incantations in an archaic language. These symbols, he recognized, were the same symbols that were haunting his own dreams, etched into his furniture, a chilling reminder of the entity's ever-growing influence. He understood now that the entity wasn't merely possessing him, it was weaving its influence into the fabric of his reality, subtly manipulating his thoughts, decisions, and actions. His fear wasn't merely psychological, it was a physical manifestation of the entity's power, a tangible pressure that suffocated him. The metallic scent that clung to him, that seemed to emanate from the dollhouse itself, was another symptom of the entity's presence. It was a dark, suffocating aroma, a stench of decay and death, a physical manifestation of the entity's corrosive influence. He noticed this scent becoming stronger, more pervasive, a grim harbinger of the entity's intensifying hold. The feeling of dread wasn't just in his mind, it was a physical manifestation of the entity's power, pressing down on him, slowly choking the life out of him. The documents hinted at the coven's downfall. Their desperate attempts to control the entity they had summoned ultimately led to their destruction. The ritual's failure resulted in a chaotic surge of power, consuming those who had invoked it. The mansion, imbued with the coven's dark energies, became a nexus of malevolent power, a place where the boundaries between the mortal and the supernatural blurred, a place where the entity could thrive. The surviving members of the coven, scattered and traumatized, carried the taint of the ritual with them to their graves. Their bloodline, corrupted by the entity's influence, continues its silent suffering even now. The final page of the digital document, the one that contained the chilling warning, was a profound statement about the precarious nature of meddling in forces beyond human comprehension. The ritual's success was not only dependent on precise execution but also on a deep understanding of the entity's nature and the complexities of the arcane arts. Any deviation, any mistake, could unleash catastrophic consequences, a catastrophic escalation far exceeding the initial threat. The decision weighed heavily on him. To attempt the ritual was to risk annihilation, to invite a catastrophe beyond his wildest imaginings. To do nothing was to surrender to the entity's control, to become a mere puppet in its macabre dance. The crimson moon, a silent witness to his struggle, cast its eerie glow upon the dollhouse, its miniature world a microcosm of the terrifying choices before him. The weight of the coven's legacy, the dark power of the entity, and the very fate of his soul rested on his shoulders. The air crackled with anticipation, the silence broken only by the frantic beating of his own heart. He was trapped, not just in a physical space, but in a terrifying game of cosmic proportions, the stakes of which were life itself. The haunted dollhouse held the key, but the price of unlocking its secrets might just be his very soul. The metallic tang of decay intensified, clinging to the back of his throat like a phantom's kiss. He gripped the dollhouse tighter, its miniature world a chilling reflection of his own internal turmoil. The crimson moon, a malevolent eye in the inky sky, seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, mirroring the throbbing in his temples. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that this was it, the final confrontation. He couldn't postpone it any longer. The entity's influence, once subtle, now clawed at his sanity, whispering insidious suggestions, twisting his thoughts into grotesque parodies of his own desires. He had spent days deciphering the cryptic symbols etched into the dollhouse, painstakingly translating fragments of the Coven's rituals from ancient grimoires and fragmented online posts. He understood now that the counter-ritual, the one meant to banish the entity, was not merely a sequence of actions, it was a conversation, a negotiation with forces beyond human comprehension. It required not just precision but also a deep understanding of the entity's nature, its desires, its vulnerabilities. A wrong note, a misplaced word, could trigger a catastrophic backlash, amplifying the entity's power tenfold. The air grew heavy, charged with an almost palpable energy. The silence, once a comforting blanket, was now a suffocating shroud, pregnant with unseen horrors. He felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a creeping dread that burrowed its way into his bones, a precursor to something immense and terrifying. The scent of decay intensified, morphing into something else entirely, a coppery tang mixed with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. He recognized it from the historical accounts, the smell of the Coven's demise, a lingering testament to their tragic failure. He focused on the dollhouse, its miniature world swirling before his eyes. He traced the intricate carvings with trembling fingers, reciting the incantations in the archaic tongue, his voice a trembling whisper in the oppressive silence. The words, once meaningless symbols, now resonated with an unnerving power, each syllable a key unlocking a deeper layer of the ritual. The miniature figures within the dollhouse seemed to writhe, their painted eyes following his every move. The entity, he felt, was aware of his actions, its presence a suffocating weight pressing down on him. The ritual was a delicate dance, a perilous balancing act between summoning the entity and subsequently banishing it. The first stage involved a dialogue, a spoken negotiation with the entity. He had to understand its desires, its wants, its motivations. Only then could he offer a suitable counteroffer, a sacrifice that would appease the entity and allow for its safe expulsion. This was not about brute force, it was about understanding and manipulation, a desperate gambit played on the very edge of sanity. He spoke to the entity, his voice barely a breath, weaving his words into a tapestry of pleas and subtle threats. He offered it glimpses of power, whispers of control, painting seductive visions of realms beyond human comprehension. He spoke of unfathomable knowledge, of unimaginable power, of the vast cosmic energies that lay beyond the veil. He played on the entity's hunger, its insatiable thirst for power, offering it a tantalizing taste of the forbidden. The response was immediate, a surge of icy dread that threatened to overwhelm him. The dollhouse vibrated, the miniature figures convulsing violently, their painted smiles twisting into grotesque sneers. The metallic scent intensified, filling his lungs, burning his throat. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force that threatened to tear him apart. He felt the entity's presence pressing down on him, a weight that threatened to crush him under its immense power. He clung to the incantations, his voice strained, his body trembling, his resolve fraying at the edges. The negotiation continued, a tense standoff between desperate hope and terrifying oblivion. He offered the entity what it craved, power, but coupled it with the conditions of its banishment. He laid out the terms, meticulously detailing the parameters of its confinement, the price it would have to pay for its freedom. It was a precarious gamble, a desperate attempt to appease a force far beyond his comprehension. He felt the entity's frustration, its rage, its reluctance. He could sense its power straining against the fragile barriers he was constructing, testing the limits of his control. As he continued the ritual, the dollhouse glowed with an eerie light, its miniature world a chaotic vortex of swirling energies. The air thrummed with power, the silence punctuated by the crackling of arcane forces. He felt a strange connection with the entity, a horrifying intimacy that bordered on possession. He could feel its emotions, its desires, its rage, a terrifying glimpse into the abyss of its malevolent consciousness. The entity, sensing its power waning, fought back with increasing fury, its influence attempting to overpower him, to break his will, to seize control of his mind and body. But he held on, his resolve fueled by a desperate need for survival, for redemption, for the release of the curse that bound him. He poured every ounce of his will into the final incantation, his voice strained, his body aching, his spirit weary. The climax of the ritual arrived, a cataclysmic clash between his will and the entity's boundless power. He saw visions of horrifying landscapes, of grotesque creatures and twisted realities, the entity's true form a horrifying spectacle of cosmic horror. The air crackled. The dollhouse shattered, exploding in a shower of splintered wood and painted fragments. A wave of icy energy washed over him, a chilling force that threatened to rip his soul from his body. He screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed through the empty house, as the entity, defeated, retreated back into the void, its power dissipating into nothingness. The metallic smell faded, replaced by the fresh scent of night air, a symbol of his liberation. The crimson moon paled, its menacing glow replaced by the soft light of dawn. Exhausted, broken, but free, he collapsed to the floor, the remnants of the dollhouse scattered around him like the debris of a cosmic battle. The curse was broken. The weight that had been pressing down on him, the suffocating dread, lifted, leaving behind a profound sense of emptiness, but also a fragile sense of relief. The ordeal had left him scarred, changed, forever marked by his encounter with the abyss. Yet, he was alive, and in his survival, he found a measure of peace, a testament to his resilience and the strength of his will. He had faced the darkness and, against all odds, emerged victorious. The haunting whispers of the past, the chilling secrets of the coven, were silenced, replaced by the quiet murmur of dawn breaking over the horizon, a dawn that promised a new beginning. The crimson stain of the entity's influence remained, a faint reminder of the terrifying power he had confronted, but he would carry the scar as a badge of honor. He had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had blinked. Story 3, The Whispering Walls. The moving van rumbled away, its departure leaving behind an unsettling silence. The old Victorian house loomed, a Gothic behemoth against the bruised twilight sky. Elara, her husband, Daniel, and their 2 young children, 8-year-old Lily and 6-year-old Tom, stood on the overgrown lawn, the weight of their new beginning pressing heavily upon them. The house, with its peeling paint and shadowed windows, exuded an air of melancholic grandeur, a stark contrast to the cheerful suburban life they'd left behind. Daniel, ever the optimist, attempted a reassuring smile, but even he couldn't fully mask the unease that hung in the air, thick and cloying like the scent of damp earth. Elara had found the house through an obscure real estate listing, a hidden gem, the agent had called it, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the county. The price was surprisingly low, an alluring detail that, in hindsight, should have been a warning sign. The previous owners, the agent had explained vaguely, had moved on unexpectedly. The Historical Society records painted a more disturbing picture, whispers of a recluse, a woman named Seraphina Blackwood, who had lived in the house for over 50 years before her mysterious disappearance. Local legend spoke of strange happenings within its walls, of unsettling shadows and whispered voices. Elara, a history enthusiast with a fascination for the macabre, had initially dismissed them as quaint folklore, but now, standing before the imposing structure, those whispered tales seemed to hold a chilling weight. The interior was even more disconcerting. Dust motes danced in the shafts of weak sunlight filtering through the grime-coated windows, illuminating layers of decay. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and something else, something akin to dried blood, a metallic tang that clung to the back of Elara's throat. The ornate woodwork, once elegant, was now marred by cracks and splinters, as if the very house itself were groaning under the weight of its secrets. Lily and Tom, initially excited by their new surroundings, quickly fell silent, their wide eyes reflecting the unsettling atmosphere. As they began to unpack, an unnerving chill permeated the house, despite the late summer heat. It wasn't a cold that could be remedied by turning up the thermostat. It was a chilling presence, a deep-seated dread that settled in the marrow of their bones. They heard unsettling sounds, scratching in the walls, whispers that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the house itself. Sometimes, it sounded like a sigh, a low mournful groan that seemed to ripple through the floorboards. Other times, it was like the rustling of unseen wings, or the murmur of hushed voices engaged in a conversation beyond their comprehension. The strangest occurrences happened in the attic. Daniel, determined to clear out the years of accumulated debris, ventured upstairs. He returned pale and shaken, muttering about a hidden room he'd found, sealed behind a crumbling wall. Inside, he said, he'd discovered strange artifacts, tarnished silver objects, tattered books filled with indecipherable symbols, and a collection of disturbingly lifelike dolls, all dressed in antique clothing. One doll, in particular, haunted his thoughts, a porcelain girl with eyes that seemed to follow him, a chillingly realistic representation of Lily. Elara, her initial skepticism crumbling, began researching Serafina Blackwood. She discovered fragmented articles mentioning Blackwood's obsession with occult practices, her alleged involvement in a secretive coven, and the rumors of dark rituals performed within the very walls of their new home. She found mentions of historical documents detailing the unexplained deaths of several individuals connected to Blackwood, incidents vaguely attributed to unnatural causes. The more she learned, the more convinced she became that the unsettling phenomena plaguing their lives weren't simply the product of an old, drafty house. This was something far more sinister, something that was directly connected to the dark legacy of Serafina Blackwood. Nights became a torment. Shadows writhed in the corners of their vision, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Lily started sleepwalking, her eyes wide and vacant as she wandered through the halls, whispering names Elara didn't recognize. Tom developed a disturbing fascination with the attic, sneaking upstairs whenever he thought no one was looking. He would return with his fingers stained a strange, dark purple, a color that resonated with the unsettling hue of the doll's clothing. One night, Elara awoke to the sound of Lily's terrified screams. She rushed to her daughter's room to find Lily sitting bolt upright in bed, her face pale and streaked with tears, her eyes fixated on a point in the corner of the room. As Elara watched, a shadow detached itself from the wall and glided across the room. It was a tall, gaunt figure, seemingly formed of darkness, with eyes that burned with an unholy light. The figure reached out towards Lily, its hand outstretched as if to grasp her. Elara screamed, throwing herself between the creature and her daughter. Daniel, alerted by the commotion, burst into the room, armed with the only weapon they had, an old iron poker he'd salvaged from the basement. The shadow recoiled at his intrusion, but it didn't vanish. Instead, it slithered back into the walls, leaving behind an unnerving silence and a lingering chill that seemed to permeate everything. The following days were filled with a growing sense of dread. Elara found herself constantly watching, listening, bracing for the next assault. She examined the dolls more closely, noticing cryptic symbols etched into their porcelain bodies, the same symbols she'd found in the tattered books from the attic. The realization hit her like a physical blow. The house wasn't just haunted, it was a nexus of dark energy, a conduit for the malevolent spirit of Serafina Blackwood, a conduit that was feeding upon the life force of her family. The chilling stories were not mere folklore, but horrifying truths. Serafina had not simply disappeared, she had been trapped within the walls of the house, her essence woven into the very fabric of the structure, a malevolent presence forever bound to its decaying timbers and haunted rooms. The rituals she had performed, the entities she had summoned, were still present, waiting to complete their dark work. Elara knew that they couldn't simply flee. Running wouldn't solve the problem, the entity was bound to the house, and it would follow them. They had to confront the entity, to banish it from their lives, and from their home. It was a desperate gamble, a perilous undertaking, but it was the only chance they had. The weight of her family's survival rested upon her shoulders. The history books, the cryptic symbols, the fragmented accounts, they were all pieces of a puzzle she had to solve before the entity claimed everything. The fight for their lives had begun, and Elara, armed with the knowledge she had painstakingly gathered, would face the darkness head-on. The whispers in the walls were intensifying, and the shadow in the corners was growing ever closer. But Elara would not yield. She would fight to reclaim her home, her family, her future. The old Victorian house would not win. The unsettling whispers, initially faint and barely perceptible, grew in intensity. They were no longer the subtle rustlings of unseen wings or the distant murmurs of hushed voices. They were distinct words, fragmented phrases, weaving themselves into chilling pronouncements. Sometimes, they sounded like a chorus of voices, a cacophony of whispers that seemed to penetrate the very bones of the house, vibrating through the floorboards and echoing in the empty rooms. Other times, they were single, clear enunciations, speaking directly to one member of the family, or seeming to address the empty house itself. One evening, while attempting to read to Lily and Tom, Alara heard a clear whisper, close to her ear, that seemed to say her name. She froze, her blood running cold. The children, engrossed in their books, remained oblivious to the chilling utterance. Daniel, however, looked up, his eyes wide with apprehension, his gaze fixed on the shadowed corner of the room. That night, the shadows seemed more pronounced, deeper, almost tangible. They danced and writhed, mimicking the movements of unseen beings, their edges shifting and changing like smoke in a wind. Objects began to move on their own. Books fell from shelves, seemingly without cause. Drawers opened and slammed shut. Pictures on the walls tilted and swayed, threatening to fall. These were not the subtle shifts caused by a drafty old house. These were deliberate, malevolent movements. Alara found a small porcelain doll, similar to the ones in the attic, lying on Lily's bed. Its eyes, unnervingly realistic, seemed to stare directly at her. A small, chilling smile played on its lips. The children, once playful and cheerful, became increasingly withdrawn and anxious. Lily's sleepwalking worsened, her nocturnal wanderings growing longer, more frequent, and increasingly disturbing. Tom, instead of his usual boisterous energy, spent hours locked in his room, staring into the darkness. He refused to speak about what he saw or heard, his silence more frightening than any words could ever be. Alara, watching her children's escalating distress, felt a despair so deep it was almost paralyzing. The house was consuming them, slowly, insidiously, draining their joy and vitality. One afternoon, while attempting to clean the kitchen, Alara heard scratching emanate from within the walls. It was a persistent, rhythmic scratching, as if something were trying to claw its way out. The sound seemed to emanate from all corners of the room simultaneously, creating a disorienting and deeply unsettling experience. She could feel the vibration in the very foundations of the house, as if the walls themselves were alive, writhing with unseen energy. The sound was relentless, maddening, and it seemed to amplify the creeping dread that had settled into her bones. Panic clawed at her throat, its icy fingers constricting her breathing. That night, the whispers intensified. They filled the house, permeating every room, surrounding them, pressing in from all sides. They were no longer distinct words or phrases, but a cacophony of chilling sounds, a symphony of terror that resonated in their very marrow. Alara, Daniel, Lily, and Tom huddled together in the living room, the flickering gaslight casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced around them. The shadows seemed to coalesce, to form fleeting shapes, barely glimpsed figures that would vanish as quickly as they appeared. The temperature plummeted, despite the late summer heat. An unnatural cold seeped into the house, chilling them to the very core. It wasn't just a coldness of temperature, it was a bone-deep chill, a profound feeling of utter despair and annihilation. Their breaths plumed before them in visible clouds, despite the lack of any frost or winter wind. The children shivered uncontrollably, their teeth chattering, their eyes wide with fear. Even Daniel, usually stoic and resilient, found himself trembling uncontrollably. Desperate, Alara turned to the local librarian, hoping to find more information about Seraphina Blackwood and the history of the house. The librarian, an elderly woman with a haunted look in her eyes, hesitated before reluctantly revealing more fragmented details. She spoke of strange rituals, of sacrifices, and of a pact made with entities best left undisturbed. She warned Alara against further investigation, her voice laced with a palpable fear that transcended mere superstition. The librarian's words reinforced Alara's growing conviction that they were dealing with something beyond human comprehension. This wasn't simply a haunted house, it was a nexus of malevolent energies, a gateway to a realm of darkness far more terrifying than she could have ever imagined. The next few days were a blur of terrifying experiences. The whispers continued, relentlessly gnawing at their sanity. The objects moved with increased frequency and intensity. Shadows danced and writhed, forming grotesque shapes that haunted their waking hours and invaded their dreams. The children's fear intensified, their anxieties manifesting in increasingly bizarre behaviors. Lily began speaking in an ancient language, one that sounded neither English nor any language Alara recognized. Tom retreated further into himself, his face pale and drawn, his eyes vacant and unfocused. The line between reality and nightmare blurred. Alara felt the crushing weight of desperation, the suffocating fear that she might lose everything, that her family was being slowly devoured by the malevolent forces that inhabited their home. One night, Alara awoke to a chilling sound, a low, guttural moan that seemed to emanate from within the walls. It was a sound of profound suffering, of unimaginable agony, a torment that clawed at her soul. As she lay listening, paralyzed with terror, the moaning intensified, accompanied by a series of horrifying scratches that seemed to be trying to breach the walls of the bedroom. The sounds grew louder, more insistent, culminating in a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the house. It was a scream of such profound despair that Alara's heart froze in her chest, a scream that seemed to tear the very fabric of reality apart. The screaming abruptly stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence, a silence so heavy, so profound, that it was more terrifying than any sound. In the aftermath, an icy tendril of dread snaked through Alara's veins, an ominous sign that the unseen horrors lurking within their walls had grown stronger, their grasp tightening, ready to claim their final prize. The fight for survival had reached its climax, a desperate struggle against forces far beyond their comprehension. The whispered warnings, once dismissed, now echoed in Alara's mind, a chilling premonition of the horrors to come. The house was not merely haunted, it was possessed, and the malevolent presence within it was growing stronger, its sinister purpose looming ever closer. The unsettling silence that followed the blood-curdling scream was almost more terrifying than the scream itself. It hung heavy in the air, a suffocating blanket of dread that pressed down on Alara, Daniel, Lily, and Tom. The unnatural cold intensified, seeping into their bones, chilling them to the marrow. They huddled together, their breaths misting in the frigid air, their eyes darting nervously around the darkened room. Days bled into nights, each one more terrifying than the last. The whispers continued, a relentless, maddening chorus that gnawed at their sanity. The objects in the house moved with increasing frequency and malice, as if possessed by malevolent spirits. Pictures swayed violently, threatening to crash to the floor. Furniture shifted and rearranged itself, creating a labyrinthine obstacle course within the already claustrophobic confines of the house. The very air seemed to vibrate with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of impending doom that settled heavily upon them. Driven by a desperate need to understand the horrors that plagued their home, Alara and Daniel decided to explore the attic again, this time with a renewed sense of purpose. Armed with a flickering lantern and a growing sense of dread, they climbed the creaking stairs, the old wood groaning under their weight. The attic, shrouded in dust and shadow, felt colder, more oppressive than ever before. The air hung thick with the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul. As they moved through the cluttered space, their lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls, they stumbled upon a section of the wall that seemed slightly out of place, almost as if it were a false wall. Daniel, with the strength born of desperation, pushed against it, and with a groan of aged wood, the panel swung inward, revealing a small, hidden room. The hidden chamber was remarkably well preserved, considering its age and location. Dust motes danced in the faint light of their lantern, illuminating shelves laden with leather-bound journals, intricately carved wooden boxes, and strange, unsettling artifacts. The air within was heavy with the scent of dried herbs and something else, something akin to the metallic tang of blood, a lingering reminder of dark rituals performed within these very walls. Alara, her heart pounding in her chest, cautiously approached the shelves. She picked up one of the journals, its cover worn and cracked, the leather brittle with age. The pages were filled with elegant, spidery handwriting, penned in a language she didn't recognize, but the illustrations were unmistakable. They depicted scenes of dark rituals, sacrifices, and invocations to entities that defied description. Twisted figures, grotesque and inhuman, filled the pages, their expressions filled with a malevolent glee. Other journals spoke of Seraphina Blackwood, the woman whose name had been whispered in hushed tones throughout the village. They detailed her life, her obsession with the occult, and the terrifying power she had wielded. The writings revealed a chilling saga of dark magic, forbidden knowledge, and a pact made with ancient, malevolent entities. The journal spoke of her relentless pursuit of power, her willingness to sacrifice anything, even her own soul, to achieve her dark desires. They described elaborate rituals, arcane symbols, and incantations designed to summon and control forces beyond human comprehension. The sheer depth of her depravity left Alara breathless, paralyzed by the sheer horror of it all. Among the artifacts, they found a collection of small, intricately carved wooden dolls, disturbingly similar to the one they'd found in Lily's bed. Their eyes were unsettlingly realistic, and a faint, chilling smile played on their lips. Each doll seemed to radiate a palpable sense of malevolence. There were also strange, dried herbs and powders, carefully packaged in small, leather pouches. Some of the herbs were recognizable, but many were not, suggesting a knowledge of plants and their properties far beyond the realm of conventional botany. One particular artifact stood out, a tarnished silver locket, adorned with a strange symbol that seemed to pulse faintly in the lantern's light. When Alara opened it, she found a small, dried piece of what appeared to be human skin, carefully preserved and encased within a glass vial. A wave of nausea washed over her as she stared at the macabre relic, her stomach churning with revulsion. As Alara and Daniel delved deeper into the secrets of the hidden room, the whispers intensified, growing louder, more insistent, more terrifying. The temperature plummeted, creating an unbearable chill that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. The shadows writhed and danced, forming grotesque shapes that mocked their efforts to uncover the truth. They discovered a series of hidden compartments within the room, each one revealing more horrifying details about Seraphina Blackwood's dark practices. There were more journals detailing her rituals, her successes, and her failures. They documented her experiments with dark magic, her attempts to summon and control powerful entities, her relentless pursuit of forbidden knowledge. The level of detail was shocking, leaving Alara and Daniel reeling from the sheer depravity and horror of it all. Among the hidden compartments, they uncovered a small, leather-bound book filled with a collection of chilling spells and incantations. The spells were written in a strange, archaic language, and Alara recognized some of the symbols from the illustrations in the other journals. These spells were intended to bind the spirits and entities that Seraphina Blackwood had summoned and controlled, to keep them under her command. But the book also contained a series of counterspells, suggesting that Seraphina herself had become wary of the power she had unleashed and sought a way to contain it. It seemed that the entities she had bound were now free, and their malevolence was the source of the horrors that had plagued the house for so long. As Alara and Daniel worked to decipher the contents of the book, a growing sense of dread enveloped them. They realized that Seraphina Blackwood's dark legacy extended far beyond her own lifetime. The entities she had bound were still present, their power growing, feeding on the fear and despair of those who inhabited the house. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of chilling voices, a chorus of unimaginable horror that threatened to shatter their sanity. The shadows danced and writhed, coalescing into monstrous shapes, and the temperature plummeted further, the cold seeping into their very souls. The house itself seemed to be alive, actively participating in the malevolent force that sought to consume them. The revelation of the hidden room, and its horrifying contents, cemented Alara's fear. This was not a simple case of a haunted house, it was a gateway to a realm of darkness, a place where ancient evil reigned supreme. The whispers were not mere sounds, they were voices, the voices of the damned, the voices of those trapped between worlds, desperately trying to reach out, to drag them into their eternal torment. Alara knew, with a chilling certainty, that their struggle for survival had only just begun. The battle against the malevolent entities unleashed by Seraphina Blackwood was far from over, and the consequences of failure were far too horrifying to contemplate. The past had returned, and it was far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The journals, brittle with age and smelling faintly of mildew and something akin to dried blood, revealed a horrifying tapestry of Seraphina Blackwood's life. Each meticulously penned page, filled with elegant yet chilling script, detailed not just rituals, but the profound psychological unraveling of a woman consumed by her ambition for forbidden power. The earliest entries spoke of a young Seraphina, bright and promising, drawn to the occult through a fascination with local folklore and whispered tales of ancestral power. But as the years progressed, the entries became darker, more frantic, the script increasingly spidery and erratic. Her obsession grew, fueled by a hunger for knowledge that surpassed any moral compass. She documented her painstaking research into ancient grimoires, her desperate attempts to decipher cryptic symbols and forgotten languages. The writings chronicled her descent into madness, a slow, inexorable slide into a world where the boundaries between reality and the supernatural blurred and dissolved. Illustrations, crude yet horrifyingly vivid, depicted elaborate ceremonies performed under the light of a blood-red moon. Human sacrifices, grotesque and chilling, were portrayed with a disturbing level of detail, accompanied by chilling accounts of the entities summoned and the price paid for their obedience. One particularly disturbing entry detailed Seraphina's attempt to bind a powerful entity known only as the Shadow Lord. The ritual was described in graphic detail, accompanied by diagrams of arcane symbols and incantations written in a language that defied translation. The entry concluded abruptly, the final sentence unfinished, the ink smeared as if the writer had been violently interrupted. The implication was clear: the ritual had gone wrong, the entity had not been bound, but instead, it had taken something from Seraphina, something irreplaceable and terrible. Following this catastrophic event, the entries became increasingly fragmented, filled with paranoia, regret, and a growing sense of dread. Seraphina's handwriting deteriorated further, her once elegant script now a chaotic jumble of erratic strokes. She described her growing fear of the entity she had summoned, its presence a constant, oppressive weight in her life. The entries spoke of sleepless nights, haunted by nightmares that bled into her waking hours, a creeping sense of being watched, of being surrounded by unseen eyes. The journals culminated in a desperate plea for forgiveness, a desperate attempt to undo the damage she had wrought. She detailed the creation of counterspells, elaborate rituals designed to contain the entity and prevent its further influence. The final entries were barely legible, scribbled in a feverish haste, punctuated by frantic apologies and pleas for redemption. They ended with a single, chilling sentence: "It is too late. It has taken root." The family, piecing together the horrifying truth, now understood the source of their torment. It was not simply a haunted house, it was a nexus of dark energy, a focal point for the malevolent entity that Seraphina Blackwood had summoned centuries ago. The whispers, the moving objects, the unnatural cold, these were all manifestations of the entity's power, its relentless attempts to break through the veil between worlds. They realized that the house itself was not just a building, but a vessel, a conduit for the entity's malevolent influence. The dolls, found scattered throughout the house, were revealed to be more than just unsettling artifacts. They were effigies, imbued with dark magic, used by Seraphina to channel and focus the entity's power. The herbs and powders, meticulously documented in the journals, were ingredients in the rituals, components of a terrifying alchemy designed to amplify the entity's influence. The locket, with its tarnished silver and pulsing symbol, was a key, a gateway that facilitated the entity's passage between worlds. The entity itself remained a mystery, its true form shrouded in darkness and ambiguity. But the journals provided clues, hints of its immense power, its insatiable hunger for suffering, its capacity for unimaginable horror. It was a creature born of darkness, fed by fear and despair, its essence intertwined with the very fabric of the house. It was a being beyond human comprehension, a force that defied logic and reason. Understanding the entity's nature deepened their despair. Exorcism, the family realized, was not an option. The rituals performed by Seraphina were not mere invocations but a binding contract, an unholy alliance that could not simply be broken. The entity was not merely inhabiting the house, it was an integral part of its structure, its very essence entwined with the house's history. Any attempt at a traditional exorcism would likely result in an amplification of the evil. They were trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed no escape. Elara, Daniel, Lily, and Tom found themselves facing a choice: to succumb to the entity's power and become another victim of Seraphina Blackwood's legacy, or to fight back, to find a way to sever the entity's connection to this world and banish it back to the abyss from whence it came. This was a battle not against ghosts or spirits, but against a primal force of evil that was deeply rooted in the very foundation of their home. The counterspells documented in Seraphina's journals offered a glimmer of hope. They were incomplete, fragmented, riddled with errors, but they held the promise of a solution, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. The family, armed with the knowledge gleaned from Seraphina's horrifying legacy, began to decipher the spells, piecing together the fragments of her incomplete ritual of containment. The process was fraught with danger, each step bringing them closer to the entity's power, each syllable of the arcane incantations resonating with a malevolent energy that threatened to consume them. The house itself seemed to resist their efforts, the walls groaning in protest, the shadows shifting and coalescing into monstrous forms. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, a cacophony of voices that gnawed at their sanity, testing the very limits of their endurance. But the family persisted, driven by a desperate need to survive, to break free from the nightmare that had ensnared them. Their journey was far from over, their battle against the ancient evil only just begun. The shadows loomed, the whispers intensified, and the chilling certainty of the imminent battle hung heavy in the suffocating air. The fate of the family, and perhaps the world, rested on the fragile hope that a centuries-old counterspell could prevail against the unholy power unleashed by Seraphina Blackwood. The weight of this knowledge bore down upon them, a chilling pressure that threatened to crush them under its unbearable intensity. Yet, they pressed on, driven by a courage born of desperation, fueled by the grim knowledge that surrender meant oblivion. The fight for survival had become a fight for their very souls. The old house groaned under the weight of the approaching storm, mirroring the turmoil within the family. Rain lashed against the windows, a relentless percussion accompanying the whispers that now seemed to emanate not just from the walls, but from the very air itself. The flickering gaslight cast long, dancing shadows, twisting familiar objects into grotesque parodies. Elara, Daniel, Lily, and Tom stood huddled together in the parlor, their faces pale and drawn, the weight of their impending task pressing heavily upon them. They weren't alone. A tall, gaunt figure stood before them, his face obscured by the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat. This was Mr. Silas Blackwood, a paranormal investigator whose name whispered through hushed circles, a man whose expertise was as renowned as it was unsettling. He'd arrived just hours ago, his arrival as sudden and inexplicable as the horrors that had plagued the family since their move into the Blackwood Manor. He'd listened patiently to their story, his dark eyes, barely visible beneath the brim of his hat, absorbing their terror. He didn't offer reassurances, didn't make empty promises. He simply nodded slowly, a silent acknowledgement of the sheer, overwhelming evil that clung to their home. Seraphina's journals, he rasped, his voice a low growl, they paint a grim picture. This isn't a simple haunting, this is something far older, far more malignant. This entity, it's woven into the very fabric of this house. Exorcism, in the traditional sense, will be ineffective, perhaps even counterproductive. He held up a worn leather-bound book, its pages filled with arcane symbols and chilling illustrations. It wasn't one of Seraphina's journals, but a grimoire of its own, older, darker, its pages brittle with age and stained with what appeared to be dried blood. This, he said, his voice barely a whisper, is the key. A counter-ritual, a desperate attempt to contain the entity, fragmented and incomplete, as Seraphina's attempts were. But it offers a possibility, a desperate hope. The counter-ritual was complex, a labyrinthine sequence of incantations, gestures, and the precise arrangement of sacred and profane objects. Mr. Blackwood explained it with an unnerving calm, his voice devoid of emotion, his words a precise dissection of the ritual's intricacies. He spoke of ancient languages, forgotten rites, the precise timing of celestial events, the correct alignment of planetary bodies. He spoke of ingredients, rare herbs gathered under a blood-red moon, powders ground from specific bones collected from sacred burial grounds, and oils extracted from venomous creatures found only in the deepest, darkest corners of the world. The preparation was a harrowing experience. The house seemed to actively resist their efforts, the air growing thick with a palpable sense of dread. Each step forward felt like a descent into a deeper, darker abyss. As they gathered the necessary ingredients, the whispers intensified, morphing into guttural growls and chilling shrieks that echoed through the empty halls. Objects moved spontaneously, shadows writhed and twisted, and the temperature plummeted, creating pockets of unbearable cold that seeped into their bones. Lily, particularly sensitive to the paranormal activity, began to tremble uncontrollably, her face pale with terror. The actual ritual itself was a grueling ordeal. It started at midnight, under the sickly glow of a full moon that seemed to leer down at them through the rain-streaked window panes. Mr. Blackwood, chanting in a language that sounded both ancient and terrifying, guided the family through the elaborate sequence of incantations and gestures. Each syllable uttered felt like a confrontation with primal evil, a direct challenge to the entity's power. Each gesture felt like a precarious dance on the razor's edge of sanity. The ritual involved the use of the locket, the tarnished silver pulsing faintly with a malevolent energy. They used it as a focal point, a conduit to channel the counterspell's power. As the ritual progressed, the house seemed to convulse. The walls groaned, the floors trembled, and furniture moved on its own, as if the very structure itself were fighting back. The air crackled with unseen energy, and the whispers became a deafening roar that threatened to shatter their eardrums. The climax was the most terrifying. As Mr. Blackwood uttered the final incantation, a deafening shriek pierced the night, followed by a wave of icy wind that swept through the house, extinguishing the gas lights and plunging them into absolute darkness. A palpable sense of dread filled the air, a suffocating weight that pressed down on their chests. They could feel the entity's presence, a malevolent force that seemed to surround them, its icy breath brushing against their skin. Then, silence. A profound, unnerving silence that was even more terrifying than the chaos that had preceded it. The storm outside seemed to subside, and the only sound was the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of rain against the windows. Slowly, hesitantly, they lit the gas lamps once more, their hands trembling. The house looked different. The oppressive weight had lifted, the shadows seemed less menacing, and the whispers were gone. A sense of profound emptiness filled the air, as if something immense and evil had been forcibly removed. Exhausted, drained, but strangely relieved, they looked at Mr. Blackwood. His face, now visible in the gaslight, was etched with exhaustion, but his eyes held a flicker of something that resembled triumph. "It's contained," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "For now. The entity is weakened, but not destroyed. It will take time, and continued vigilance. But the immediate threat is gone." He turned, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows, leaving the family alone, in the still quiet house. The ordeal had left its mark, a deep, indelible scar on their minds and souls. They knew that the house still held secrets, lingering vestiges of Seraphina's dark legacy. Yet, in the quiet aftermath of the ritual, a fragile sense of hope emerged, a sliver of light piercing the darkness they had faced. The battle was far from over, but for tonight, at least, they had prevailed. They had survived. The echoing silence, however, felt heavy with the unspoken knowledge that their fight was far from over, that the darkness, although contained, still lurked within the walls, biding its time. The whispers may have ceased, but the house still held its breath. Story 4, The Shadow Witch. The crisp autumn air nipped at Alara's cheeks as she ventured deeper into Blackwood Forest, the setting sun casting long, skeletal shadows from the ancient trees. A restless energy hummed in the air, a discordant symphony of rustling leaves and the distant croak of unseen creatures. She'd been drawn here, compelled by an unseen force, a nagging sense of unease that had settled in her bones since the ritual. The Shadow Witch, contained, but not vanquished. The memory of Mr. Blackwood's whispered warning echoed in her ears, "Vigilance, Alara. The darkness lingers." Alara wasn't searching for answers, not consciously. She was driven by a primal need, a desperate urge to understand the unsettling events that had unfolded within the walls of Blackwood Manor. The lingering sense of displacement, the unsettling silence, punctuated only by the occasional groan of the old house, all served as a constant reminder of the malevolent presence they'd faced. She found solace only in the familiarity of the woods, a space where the pervasive quietude felt less ominous, more akin to a deep breath before the storm. The forest floor crunched under her boots, a brittle tapestry of fallen leaves and decaying wood. The twilight deepened, swallowing the vibrant hues of the day, and the woods transformed, becoming a place of shadows and whispers. It was in this deepening gloom that she saw her, a woman, cloaked in darkness, her features obscured by a thick hood that swallowed the fading light. This wasn't the image of a witch conjured from fairy tales. This was something else. Something ancient, unsettlingly powerful. The woman was tall and slender, almost impossibly thin, her movements fluid and graceful like a predator stalking its prey. There was an unnatural stillness about her, a silence that was more unnerving than any sound. Elara felt a cold dread wash over her, a visceral fear that transcended the rational. Intrigued and terrified in equal measure, Elara continued her slow approach, the forest floor feeling increasingly soft and yielding beneath her feet. The air grew colder, a chilling wind whispering through the trees as if mocking her courage. The woman remained motionless, a silent sentinel in the gathering twilight. Elara's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the unnerving silence. As she drew closer, she noticed details that chilled her to the core. The woman's cloak, dark as midnight, seemed to absorb the remaining light, leaving her shrouded in a perpetual twilight. Her hands, visible only briefly as she adjusted her hood, were long and slender, with fingers that seemed too delicate, too fine for a human. There was an unnatural pallor to her skin, a ghostly whiteness that suggested a life lived in perpetual shadow. Elara called out, her voice a hesitant whisper barely audible above the rustling leaves. The woman didn't respond. She didn't even turn. She remained perfectly still, a statue carved from shadows and despair. Elara found herself mesmerized, pulled towards the enigmatic figure, drawn in by an invisible force that felt simultaneously repulsive and alluring. Taking a hesitant step forward, Elara found herself inexplicably close to the figure. The woman's presence was palpable, an oppressive weight that seemed to press upon her chest, constricting her breath. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves was suddenly overwhelmed by an alien scent, a metallic tang that hinted at blood and something much older, something primal and deeply unsettling. It was the smell of the ancient, the unnatural, the utterly terrifying. Then, without warning, the woman moved. Her movement wasn't a walk, it was a shift, a ripple in the fabric of the twilight. She seemed to glide rather than walk, her feet barely touching the ground, leaving no trace of her passage through the undergrowth. She circled Elara slowly, her presence growing more intense, more palpable with each rotation. Elara found herself unable to tear her gaze away, captivated by a silent, terrifying ballet. The woman stopped directly behind her, her breath warm against Elara's ear. It was the smell of decay, but mingled with a strange sweetness, a cloying scent like overripe berries and crushed herbs. Elara felt a prickling sensation along the back of her neck, a feeling that someone, something, was watching her, examining her from the inside out. Then, a whisper. Not a sound that reached her ears, but a feeling, a thought implanted directly into her mind. It was an ancient tongue, a language she didn't understand, yet somehow understood. The message, however, was chillingly clear. The shadow which is not dead. The woman's hand, pale, icy cold, touched Elara's shoulder. It sent a shiver down her spine, a wave of icy dread that settled deep in her core. Elara tried to scream, to pull away, but she was paralyzed, trapped in a silent, terrifying embrace. The woman's touch was light but powerful, a strange energy coursing through Elara's veins, a feeling of both immense power and utter vulnerability. With another silent shift, the woman vanished, leaving Elara alone in the gathering darkness. The icy cold lingered on her shoulder, a phantom touch that echoed the terror that had gripped her. The woods, once familiar, now seemed alien and hostile, the trees twisting into monstrous shapes in the darkness. Elara stumbled back, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, her mind reeling from the encounter. The chilling whisper, however, had stayed, etched into her consciousness, a chilling reminder of the enduring power of the Shadow Witch. The ritual hadn't killed her, hadn't even truly contained her. It had merely driven her deeper into the shadows, into the heart of the Blackwood Forest, waiting, watching, biding her time. The silence of the forest now felt like a conspiracy, a blanket of darkness hiding something far more sinister, something that waited beyond the veil of reality. The forest held its breath, and Alara, now understanding, knew she was not alone. The path home seemed endless, each step a journey into the heart of growing fear. The memory of the woman's touch, the whisper in her mind, the chilling aroma of blood and decay haunted her. She realized now that the ritual hadn't been a victory, but merely a shift, a change in the balance of power. The Shadow Witch had retreated, but she hadn't been destroyed. And now, Alara, unwittingly, had become another pawn in this ancient, terrifying game. The darkness was far from contained. It was simply waiting, watching, gathering strength in the shadowed corners of the ancient forest, waiting for its chance to rise again. The chilling certainty settled upon her. The fight was far from over. The woods themselves held their breath, and in that silence, she heard the whisper once more, a promise of a darker, more terrifying confrontation to come. The initial fear gave way to a strange fascination. Alara found herself returning to Blackwood Forest night after night, drawn by an invisible thread, a morbid curiosity that overrode her rational fear. Each visit brought her closer to the enigmatic woman, the encounters growing more intense, more unsettling. The woman never spoke, never initiated contact, but her presence was a palpable force, a weight pressing down on Alara's chest, suffocating her with a chilling dread. One night, under a sky choked with storm clouds, Alara found the woman by a gnarled oak, its branches twisted like skeletal fingers reaching towards the heavens. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, the scent of ozone mixing with the ever-present smell of decay and something else, something sweet, almost sickeningly so. The woman was draped in the shadows, her form barely visible, yet her presence was overwhelming. This time, Alara felt no fear, only a strange, unsettling pull, an irresistible urge to touch her, to understand the enigma she embodied. As Alara approached, the woman slowly raised a hand, the gesture almost delicate, yet infused with a power that sent shivers down Alara's spine. The hand was pale, translucent, with long, slender fingers that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Alara reached out, her fingers trembling, and brushed against the woman's skin. It was icy cold, yet strangely alive, a pulsing energy that flowed into Alara, a surge of power that both exhilarated and terrified her. A vision flooded her mind, a torrent of images, ancient rituals, swirling mists, figures dancing in the moonlight, chanting in a language lost to time. She saw the woman, the Shadow Witch, not as a solitary being, but as a conduit, a vessel for a power far older than human history. She saw the coven, its members long dead, their spirits tethered to this place, this forest, their dark magic woven into the very fabric of the land. And she saw herself, a reluctant participant, drawn into their ancient game. The vision vanished as quickly as it had arrived, leaving Alara gasping for breath, her mind reeling from the intensity of the experience. The woman's hand withdrew, and she was gone, disappearing into the shadows as silently as she had appeared. Alara was left alone, trembling, but strangely invigorated, the echoes of the ancient power still coursing through her veins. The encounters continued, each one more intense, more dangerous. The woman's touch became more frequent, the visions more vivid, more disturbing. Alara felt herself changing, her perception of reality blurring, the line between the waking world and the shadowy realm growing increasingly indistinct. She found herself speaking in whispers, her voice echoing with the ancient tongue, the language of the Shadow Witch. She started to experience strange physical changes. Her skin became pale, almost translucent, her movements more fluid, more graceful. Her senses sharpened, her perception of the world heightened, but at a cost, a growing sense of isolation, a detachment from those around her. Those who knew her noticed the changes, the pallor of her skin, the haunted look in her eyes, the unsettling whispers she sometimes uttered in her sleep. They tried to warn her, to help her, but she couldn't explain what was happening. She was lost in a world of shadows, a world she no longer fully understood. One stormy night, the woman led Alara deeper into the heart of Blackwood Forest, to a clearing hidden amongst ancient trees. In the center of the clearing stood a gnarled oak, older than any tree Alara had ever seen, its roots snaking across the ground like the limbs of some colossal creature. Underneath the oak, a circle of stones formed a crude altar, covered in strange symbols, symbols that seemed to pulse with a dark, ominous energy. The woman beckoned Alara to join her, and Alara, without hesitation, obeyed. As she approached the altar, the ground began to tremble, the air thick with an energy that vibrated against her skin. She felt a wave of nausea, a feeling of disorientation, but the strange pull, the inexplicable fascination, kept her rooted to the spot. The woman began a ritual, her movements slow and deliberate, her chants a haunting melody, a song of power and darkness. Alara watched, mesmerized, as the woman's form shifted and changed, her features blurring, her body seeming to melt into the shadows. She saw glimpses of other forms, other beings, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their faces twisted in expressions of ecstasy and malevolence. The ritual reached a crescendo, a terrifying climax of chanting, incantations, and swirling energies. Alara felt a powerful force surging through her, pulling her into the vortex of magic, her own body becoming a conduit for ancient power. She felt herself losing control, her sense of self dissolving, her consciousness merging with the surrounding darkness. The experience was simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. It was a journey into the heart of darkness, a descent into the abyss of ancient power. When it was over, she didn't know what had transpired. The memories were fragmented, confused, leaving her with a nagging sense of unease, a disquieting uncertainty about her own identity. The forest around her was different. The trees seemed taller, more imposing, their shadows deeper, more menacing. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and magic. And the woman? She was gone, leaving Alara alone, standing in the heart of darkness, forever changed. Alara knew the encounter had irrevocably altered her path, entwining her fate with the shadow witch and the ancient, malevolent power that pulsed within Blackwood Forest. The fear had subsided, it had been replaced with a chilling understanding of the forces at play. The game had begun. And she, willingly or not, was a participant. The forest held its breath, awaiting her next move, the darkness lurking, waiting patiently for its chance to claim her completely. The path ahead was fraught with peril, a journey into the heart of the unknown, a descent into the depths of her own ever-shifting identity. And she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that this was only the beginning. The initial awe that had consumed Alara during her first encounter with the shadow which had morphed into something far more complex, a wary respect tinged with a deep, unsettling fascination. The visions continued, each a fragmented glimpse into a world of ancient rituals and shadowed covens, a world where the boundary between life and death was as porous as the mist that perpetually clung to Blackwood Forest. These visions weren't just passive observations, they felt like memories, echoes of lives lived and deaths endured, woven into the very fabric of Alara's being. One night, the woman appeared to Alara not in the shadowed depths of the forest, but on the edge of her own village, standing near the ancient, crumbling well, its water long since tainted and stagnant. The woman simply stood there, her presence both stark and ethereal, a spectral figure against the backdrop of the mundane. This time, Alara felt no fear, only a sense of profound unease, an inkling that something momentous was about to occur. The witch, for Alara was finally certain of her true nature, performed a subtle act. She reached out and touched the well, her fingers tracing the ancient carvings that adorned its worn stone surface. As her fingers brushed against the stone, a shimmering light emanated from the well, a pale, ethereal glow that pulsed with an unseen energy. The air grew heavy, charged with a potent magic that caused the hairs on Alara's arms to stand on end. Then, the witch turned to Alara, her gaze piercing, insightful, and for the first time, Alara saw a flicker of something akin to emotion in her eyes, a hint of weariness, perhaps even sorrow. The woman raised a hand, offering Alara a single, withered wildflower, its petals a bruised purple, almost black. This flower, the woman's voice, when it came, was a whisper, like the rustling of leaves in a dying wind, holds the essence of this place, of its history, its darkness, and its potential. The witch paused, her gaze unwavering. It is a choice, Alara. Embrace the shadow, or fight against it. Alara, still reeling from the raw power radiating from the well, found herself oddly calm. The fear had been replaced by an unsettling clarity, a recognition of the profound implications of her growing connection to the witch and the ancient forces at play. She took the flower, its delicate form a stark contrast to the immense power it seemed to hold. The ensuing weeks were a whirlwind of events. The witch continued to guide Alara, but not in a straightforward manner. The lessons were cryptic, delivered through visions, through acts of subtle manipulation of the natural world, through whispered incantations that stirred something primal within Alara. The witch used her power to heal a child's illness in the village, then just as easily caused a farmer's crops to wither, highlighting the duality of her abilities, the balance between creation and destruction that lay at the heart of her magic. One evening, the witch led Alara to a hidden grove, revealing a hidden spring, its water sparkling with an unnatural luminescence. The witch revealed that this spring was a source of power, a focal point for the ancient magic that permeated Blackwood Forest. She showed Alara how to draw upon this power, to channel it, to shape it, to wield it. However, the training wasn't without peril. The witch tested Alara's resolve, pushing her to her limits, forcing her to confront her own inner demons. There were moments of terrifying power, instances of almost unimaginable beauty, and incidents of heartbreaking cruelty. Alara learned the witch's power was immense, capable of breathtaking wonders and terrifying destruction, and it all seemed to hinge on a whim. One night, while practicing channeling the spring's power, Alara lost control. A surge of raw energy erupted from her, causing a small but violent storm to erupt within the grove. Trees shook, branches snapped, and the air crackled with untamed magic. Alara fell to her knees, gasping for breath, the experience leaving her drained and terrified. The witch watched silently, her expression unreadable. For a long moment, Alara feared the woman would abandon her, deem her unworthy. But instead, the witch knelt beside her, extending a hand. The touch was not cold this time, but warm, comforting, infused with a palpable sense of ancient wisdom. Slowly, with the witch's guidance, Alara regained control, the storm subsiding as quickly as it had begun. The experience served as a crucial turning point. Alara understood then that the witch's power was not something to be casually wielded. It was a force of nature, both benevolent and destructive, demanding respect and unwavering control. The witch, far from being a malevolent entity, seemed to be testing Alara, preparing her for a destiny she was only beginning to understand. The training intensified, the risks grew greater, but Alara's resolve hardened. She had tasted the darkness, felt its power, and emerged with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the next move in this intricate game of power. Alara, the reluctant apprentice, was now a participant, and the stakes were impossibly high. The path she was now on was dangerous, filled with unforeseen consequences, but it was a path she was now committed to walking, hand in hand with the enigmatic Shadow Witch. The true extent of her power, and its consequences, were still yet to be revealed. The following weeks blurred into a relentless cycle of learning and uncertainty. The Shadow Witch's tutelage was as unpredictable as the weather in Blackwood Forest. One moment, she would guide Alara with almost gentle patience, her touch surprisingly warm as she demonstrated the intricate art of manipulating the earth's energy, coaxing forth healing blooms from barren soil or shaping wind into a soothing balm. The next, she would vanish, leaving Alara to grapple alone with increasingly complex spells, leaving her feeling abandoned and exposed to the raw power she was learning to control. The witch's methods were as enigmatic as her motives. One particularly harsh winter's night, a blizzard raged outside, mirroring the turmoil brewing inside Alara. The witch had tasked her with channeling the energy of the hidden spring to protect the village from the storm's wrath. It was a test, Alara knew, a test of her growing skill and her unwavering commitment. For hours, Alara knelt by the spring, her hands trembling as she attempted to draw upon its luminous energy, to weave a protective shield around the sleeping village. The icy wind howled like a banshee, the snow piling high, obscuring the already faint light emanating from the spring. Sweat beaded on Alara's forehead despite the freezing temperature, her body ached with the strain. She fought exhaustion and doubt, her resolve faltering under the weight of the immense power she was attempting to control. Just as her strength began to wane, just as she felt the protective shield she'd painstakingly woven begin to crumble, the Shadow Witch appeared. But this time, she didn't offer assistance. Instead, she watched Alara struggle, her eyes dark and inscrutable, her usual ethereal glow dimmed by the storm's fury. Alara felt a pang of betrayal, a sharp stab of disappointment. The woman's lack of intervention felt deliberate, calculated, a cruel test designed to push her to her breaking point. Was this the true nature of the witch? A manipulator, a puppeteer pulling the strings of Alara's destiny, only interested in observing her rise and fall. The storm raged on, mirroring the tempest of emotions within Alara. Tears mingled with the melting snow on her cheeks as she finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing near the spring, the protective shield shattering around her. The villagers, unaware of her struggle, were left exposed to the merciless storm. The thought of their suffering, caused by her failure, amplified the wave of self-reproach crashing over her. Alara expected harsh judgment, expected scorn, perhaps even abandonment. Instead, the shadow witch knelt beside her, her touch not cold or distant as usual, but strangely comforting, imbued with a warmth that seemed to melt the ice forming around Alara's heart. The woman spoke, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "You failed, Alara," she said, her tone not accusatory, but rather analytical, "but you did not break." This time, the witch's actions were gentler, her instruction more deliberate. She revealed the intricacies of the magic she wielded, showing Alara how to draw upon the power of the earth not just for protection, but for sustenance, for healing, for growth. She displayed the devastating consequences of misdirected energy, the chaotic storms and barren lands left in the wake of misused magic. She painted a picture of a world where magic was a double-edged sword, capable of immense beauty and catastrophic destruction, entirely dependent on the user's intent and control. Yet, the betrayal lingered. The Shadow Witch's capricious nature, her moments of seeming abandonment, left Alara perpetually questioning her true motives. Was this a calculated strategy, a twisted form of mentorship designed to forge resilience and unwavering resolve? Or was the witch herself caught in a web of ancient forces, her own actions dictated by powers beyond her comprehension? Were there others pulling strings, manipulating her as she manipulated Alara? The suspicion gnawed at Alara, casting a shadow even over the moments of genuine connection and understanding they shared. One day, the witch led Alara deep into Blackwood Forest, to a clearing shrouded in an unnatural mist. In the center stood a towering ancient oak, its branches gnarled and twisted, its bark scarred with symbols that seemed to pulse with an internal light. The witch revealed that the tree was a conduit, a focal point of immense power, a source of magic that flowed throughout the forest, connecting the past to the present, the living to the dead. As Alara touched the oak, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her, a rush of memories, not her own, but those of countless others who had touched this very tree, druids, witches, worshippers of ancient gods, their lives and deaths intertwining like the roots of the ancient tree. She saw moments of unspeakable cruelty, of ritualistic sacrifice, of fervent devotion. But she also saw moments of joy, of community, of healing. The tree seemed to hold the memories of all who had ever sought its power, both the dark and the light, bound together in an inextricable tapestry. The shadow witch watched silently as Alara struggled to process the torrent of information, the deluge of emotions flooding her senses. Once again, she felt a pang of betrayal. The woman knew the depth of what she was doing, the consequences of revealing such raw power. Was it all part of her plan? Or was she truly preparing Alara for something more, something she couldn't even begin to understand? As the vision faded, Alara turned to the Shadow Witch, her gaze questioning. The witch simply smiled, a chillingly beautiful smile that held both sorrow and knowing. "The past is a powerful teacher, Alara," she said, her voice barely a whisper lost in the rustling leaves. "It shows us the potential for both great good and devastating evil, residing within ourselves, and within the magic we wield." The statement hung heavy in the air, echoing the complicated relationship between Alara and the Shadow Witch. The betrayal, the manipulations, the moments of unexpected kindness, all were pieces of a puzzle Alara was only beginning to assemble. The true nature of their bond, the ultimate purpose of her training, remained shrouded in the same enigmatic mist that clung to Blackwood Forest, a mystery that would continue to unfold, chapter by agonizing chapter, leading her ever closer to a destiny both exhilarating and terrifying. The forest waited, patient and ancient, as did the Shadow Witch. And Alara, armed with growing power and a heart burdened with doubt, braced herself for whatever lay ahead. The journey was far from over. The true test was yet to come. The revelation hit Alara like a physical blow, a seismic shift that shattered the carefully constructed foundations of her understanding. It wasn't a gradual unveiling, a slow drip of information, but a sudden, overwhelming torrent. It began with a seemingly innocuous question, a casual query about the Shadow Witch's past, a question born more out of idle curiosity than genuine suspicion. The witch, however, did not deflect, did not evade. Instead, she met Alara's gaze with an unnerving stillness, her usual enigmatic expression replaced with a chilling vulnerability. "You seek the truth, Alara," she said, her voice barely a whisper, lost in the rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of the forest. "Then I shall reveal it to you, though the knowledge may well consume you." The witch then recounted a tale that was as dark and twisting as the ancient roots of the Blackwood Forest itself. She spoke of a family cursed, a lineage tainted by a pact made centuries ago, a pact with entities whose names were whispered only in the deepest recesses of the night. She spoke of a bloodline interwoven with witchcraft, a legacy of power and darkness passed down through generations, each inheriting not only the gift but also the burden of their ancestors' choices. And then, she revealed her true name, Morwenna Blackwood. A name that echoed through the centuries, a name synonymous with both unspeakable cruelty and extraordinary power. A name that sent a shiver of recognition down Alara's spine. A name that resonated with a buried memory, a fragment of a forgotten story, a lineage she had never known. Morwenna revealed that Alara was not just her student, but a distant relative, a blood descendant bound to her by the same cursed lineage. The training, the manipulations, the calculated acts of apparent abandonment, they had all been part of a larger, more sinister design. A design aimed not at merely empowering Alara, but at preparing her for a destiny she hadn't even begun to comprehend. The weight of the revelation pressed down on Alara, crushing her under the weight of centuries of secrets and shadowed histories. The past, once a distant echo, now roared into her consciousness, revealing a family history far darker and more complex than anything she could have imagined. Her ancestors were not merely villagers, farmers, or ordinary folk, but witches, practitioners of forbidden arts, entangled in a web of dark rituals and ancient pacts. They had dabbled in powers they couldn't control, seeking knowledge they were ill-equipped to handle, their lives marked by both extraordinary abilities and tragic consequences. Morwenna's story detailed the rise and fall of the Blackwood Coven, their reign of terror and eventual downfall. She spoke of betrayals and alliances, of sacrifices made and debts incurred. She spoke of a power that flowed through their blood, a power that could be both a gift and a curse, a source of both immense creation and devastating destruction. The witch's narration was a descent into madness, a journey through a labyrinth of deceit and shadowed history. She spoke of hidden rituals performed under the pale moonlight, of ancient texts filled with cryptic symbols and forbidden knowledge, of alliances with entities from realms beyond human comprehension. She painted a vivid picture of a family haunted by their past, their lives shaped by the weight of their ancestral legacy. Alara listened, her mind reeling, her body trembling. The revelation of her family history was a devastating blow, shattering the comfortable illusion of normalcy that she had clung to. She was not an ordinary woman, she was a descendant of witches, inheriting a lineage of both extraordinary power and devastating consequences. The weight of this heritage felt like a physical burden, a crushing weight that threatened to suffocate her. As Morwenna concluded her tale, a chilling truth emerged. The coven had not truly been vanquished, it had simply gone underground, its members scattered, their power suppressed but not extinguished. Morwenna, the last remaining active member, had been quietly nurturing her lineage, preparing for a moment when the coven's power could once more rise to its former glory, a resurrection fueled by the blood of her descendants. And Alara was the key. She was the vessel, the conduit through which the Blackwood Coven's power could be unleashed once more, a reincarnation of their legacy. Morwenna's seemingly erratic and manipulative methods were not merely cruel tests, but a calculated process designed to hone Alara's abilities and prepare her for the inevitable confrontation. The revelation was not just shocking, it was terrifying. The weight of her heritage, the vastness of her potential, the sheer scale of what she was being prepared for, it was overwhelming. She was no longer simply a student learning magic. She was a pawn in a centuries-old game, a player in a conflict she didn't fully understand, caught in a web of power and darkness woven by her own ancestors. The forest seemed to darken around them, the trees themselves seeming to lean in, whispering secrets in the rustling leaves. The air crackled with unseen energy, the palpable sense of ancient power creating an atmosphere of both wonder and dread. Elara felt the blood of her ancestors coursing through her veins, a potent mixture of fear and exhilaration. She was a descendant of the Blackwood Coven, and her destiny was inextricably linked to their dark legacy. Morwenna's eyes shone with an unsettling mix of pride and sorrow. "You carry the weight of generations, Elara," she said, her voice low and resonant, echoing the ancient wisdom and forbidden knowledge she possessed. "Your lineage is not merely a curse, it is a burden, a responsibility. Choose wisely, child, for the fate of the Coven, and perhaps the world itself, rests on your shoulders." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of centuries. Elara felt a surge of fear, but also a flicker of defiance. She would not be a mere pawn in their game. She would determine her own destiny, carve her own path, even if it meant confronting the darkest aspects of her heritage. The journey would be fraught with peril, with challenges that tested the very limits of her being. But she was ready. Ready to confront not only the forces that sought to control her, but also the darkness that resided within her own blood. The truth was unmasked, and the true test of her strength, her courage, and her very soul was about to begin. The ancient forest held its breath, waiting to witness the unfolding of Elara's destiny. The Shadow Witch, or rather, Morwenna Blackwood, her ancestor, smiled, a chillingly serene expression that held both a promise and a threat. The game had begun. Story 5, The Cursed Relic. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell that clung to Professor Alistair Reed like a second skin after weeks spent excavating the ancient burial grounds near Blackwood Manor. He dedicated his career to unearthing the secrets of forgotten civilizations, but nothing had prepared him for the unsettling discovery he made that day. His team had been meticulously sifting through the soil, uncovering fragments of pottery and the skeletal remains of long-dead inhabitants, when his trowel struck something hard, metallic, and strangely cold. He carefully brushed away the surrounding earth, revealing a small, intricately carved box made of a dark, almost obsidian-like metal. It was roughly the size of his fist, its surface adorned with symbols that were both alien and vaguely familiar. A disturbing blend of geometry and what looked disturbingly like stylized human figures contorted in positions of pain and supplication. The metal itself seemed to absorb the light, leaving it perpetually shrouded in a subtle gloom, even in the bright afternoon sun. A palpable chill emanated from the box, a sensation that prickled his skin and sent a shiver down his spine. His team, initially excited by the discovery, grew strangely subdued as they gathered around him. A sense of unease settled over them, a feeling of dread that mirrored his own. Even the seasoned archaeologist, Dr. Evelyn Hayes, usually unflappable, shifted uncomfortably, her usually keen eyes wide and apprehensive. "What do you think it is, Alistair?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing the very air around the ancient relic. "I'm not sure," he replied, his voice betraying the tremor in his hands. He'd seen countless artifacts over the years, but none had elicited this potent, inexplicable feeling of unease. The symbols, the cold metal, the sheer aura of malevolence radiating from the box, it was unlike anything he'd encountered before. Back at the university, under the watchful eye of the museum curator, they carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of dried, brittle leaves that crumbled at the slightest touch, lay a single object, a small, tarnished silver amulet, shaped like a serpent coiled around a skull. The serpent's eyes were two tiny, blood-red garnets that seemed to shimmer with an unnatural inner light. The skull, crafted with a disturbing level of detail, appeared almost lifelike, its jaw slightly ajar, as if frozen in a silent scream. As Alistair picked up the amulet, a jolt of icy energy shot through his hand, a feeling like 1,000 tiny needles pricking his flesh. He dropped the amulet with a gasp, his heart pounding in his chest. The air around the amulet seemed to shimmer, and for a moment, Alistair swore he saw fleeting shadows dance across the walls of the laboratory, fleeting glimpses of figures moving in the periphery of his vision. Dr. Hayes, ever the pragmatist, dismissed it as stress and exhaustion. But Alistair knew better. He felt a profound sense of unease, a feeling he couldn't shake. This wasn't simply an ancient artifact, it was something far more sinister, something ancient and malevolent. Their initial research revealed little. The symbols on the box were unlike any known language or script. They consulted with linguists, historians, and even specialists in occult symbology, but none could decipher the cryptic markings. Yet, the chilling feeling that surrounded the amulet persisted. Nightmares plagued Alistair, vivid dreams of shadowy figures performing rituals under a blood-red moon, their chants echoing in the dark recesses of his mind. He started experiencing bouts of debilitating fatigue, accompanied by recurring headaches that intensified the closer he was to the amulet. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, Alistair delved deeper into the local history. He uncovered fragmented records from the town archives, tales whispered in hushed tones from the older residents, accounts of a coven of witches that had once inhabited the Blackwood Manor centuries ago. They spoke of powerful rituals performed under the cover of darkness, of sacrifices made to appease ancient entities, and of a cursed relic passed down through generations of the coven, a relic that held immense, untamed power. The more he researched, the more chilling the parallels became. The symbols on the box appeared in sketches and descriptions found in the ancient manuscripts and other related research material dating back to the Blackwood Coven. It was a horrifying realization. The artifact he had unearthed was indeed the cursed relic of the Blackwood Coven, a tangible manifestation of their dark magic. The amulet wasn't merely an object, it was a conduit, a vessel through which the Coven's malevolent energy flowed. Alistair discovered that the Coven had not been eradicated, its influence lingered, dormant but not extinct. The amulet was a key, a gateway that could unleash a power beyond human comprehension, a power that threatened to overwhelm the unsuspecting world once again. The weight of this knowledge pressed down on Alistair, crushing him under the burden of responsibility. He was not merely an archaeologist, he was the unwitting custodian of a terrifying power. He realized he needed to find a way to contain this darkness, to prevent the Coven's malevolent influence from resurfacing. But how could a man of science, a man of reason, confront a force rooted in ancient magic and dark rituals? He spent sleepless nights poring over the remaining archival material. He found cryptic references to a ritual required to neutralize the amulet's malevolent energy, a ritual that was as complex as it was dangerous. He realized this was no ordinary artifact, but a sentient entity that had existed for centuries. The blood-red stones in the serpent's eyes pulsed with malevolent energy. He could almost feel the serpent's cold gaze on him, a silent threat lurking in the shadows. The ancient text spoke of a specific location, a hidden chamber within Blackwood Manor, where the amulet had to be returned. The ritual required a specific arrangement of celestial bodies, a precise moment in time when the boundaries between worlds were at their thinnest. It was a dangerous undertaking, fraught with peril, but Alistair knew it was his only hope. The weight of the world, or at least the world as he knew it, rested on his shoulders. He would face the ancient evil, armed with nothing but his knowledge and his courage. The fate of the world, it seemed, was inextricably bound to his. He wasn't just an archaeologist anymore, he was a warrior facing an ancient, potent darkness. The cursed relic waited, and the countdown had begun. The initial tingling sensation, a mere prickling at first, escalated into a searing pain that radiated from his fingertips, coursing through his veins like molten ice. Alistair cried out, dropping the amulet as if it were a burning coal. He stumbled back, his breath ragged, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The laboratory, moments before a sterile space of scientific inquiry, now seemed to writhe with a malevolent energy, the shadows deepening, twisting into grotesque shapes that danced at the periphery of his vision. Dr. Hayes, initially skeptical, witnessed the event with wide, frightened eyes. The color had drained from her face, her usual composure shattered. "Alistair," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what was that?" He couldn't answer, gasping for air, his vision swimming. The amulet, lying inert on the table, seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, the two garnet eyes of the serpent gleaming with an unholy fire. He felt a crushing weight on his chest, a suffocating pressure that made it difficult to breathe. His head throbbed, a relentless, agonizing pain that threatened to split his skull. The following days were a blur of escalating terror. The nightmares intensified, becoming more vivid, more disturbing. He dreamt of the Blackwood Coven, their faces obscured by shadows, their chanting a discordant symphony of dread that echoed even in his waking hours. He saw himself, a helpless spectator, as they performed their gruesome rituals, the air thick with the stench of incense and something far more sinister, the metallic tang of blood. During the day, the symptoms worsened. The fatigue became debilitating, leaving him slumped in his chair, his body racked with exhaustion despite hours of rest. The headaches intensified, culminating in blinding migraines that left him curled in a fetal position, groaning in agony. He started experiencing vivid hallucinations, seeing fleeting figures in the corners of his eyes, hearing whispers that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once. His rational mind fought back, clinging desperately to the scientific explanations. He told himself it was stress, exhaustion, the result of weeks of grueling work under pressure. But deep down, a primal fear gnawed at him, whispering insidious doubts that chilled him to the bone. This wasn't illness, this was something far more sinister, a curse unleashed upon him the moment he touched the cursed amulet. The university, once a sanctuary of knowledge, became a source of dread. The very walls seemed to close in on him, the silence broken only by the relentless pounding of his own heart. He found himself avoiding his colleagues, afraid they would see the fear etched on his face, the madness that threatened to consume him. He tried to distance himself from the amulet, to lock it away in the museum's vault, but the curse followed him, an invisible tether binding him to the relic's malevolent influence. The university curator, a stoic man who had witnessed countless archaeological discoveries, became increasingly concerned. He noticed Alistair's erratic behavior, his sudden shifts from debilitating fatigue to frantic activity, his haunted eyes that spoke of a deeper turmoil. He tried to offer support, but Alistair could only shake his head, unable to articulate the sheer terror that gripped his soul. Desperate, Alistair turned to the town's oldest inhabitant, Mrs. Alara Blackwood, a woman rumored to be the last descendant of the original coven. Her eyes, clouded with age and wisdom, held a chilling understanding of the curse. She confirmed his fears, telling him tales of the amulet's power, of the coven's dark rituals, and of the consequences of disturbing their ancient slumber. She spoke of a ritual, a complex sequence of actions and incantations that could appease the curse, a ritual that required a precise alignment of the stars and a specific location within the crumbling ruins of Blackwood Manor. The information she gave him was cryptic, shrouded in riddles and archaic symbolism. Yet, hidden within the old woman's words were clues, dates, times, and descriptions that sent shivers down his spine. The ritual required not just knowledge, but unwavering courage and an almost suicidal level of dedication. The journey to Blackwood Manor was a descent into a nightmarish landscape. The manor itself stood as a skeletal reminder of its dark past, its crumbling walls whispering secrets of bloodshed and despair. The surrounding forest seemed to writhe with an unseen energy, the trees twisted and gnarled like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp him. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and a palpable sense of foreboding. With each step closer to the manor, the curse intensified its grip. Alistair's vision became blurred, his hearing filled with the cacophony of whispers, and his mind battled with images from the nightmares that seemed to bleed into reality. He fought back, relying on the few remaining shreds of his rational mind to guide him through this descent into madness. He followed the clues that Mrs. Blackwood had given him, searching for the hidden chamber, guided by a blend of intuition and the fragmented information he gathered. The chamber was a hidden vault beneath the manor, concealed behind a false wall within the crumbling remains of the library. He found it, a cold, damp space filled with the scent of damp earth and the lingering residue of dark magic. Inside, the air throbbed with a malevolent energy that seemed to press down on him, making it difficult to breathe. He could feel the amulet's presence, a chilling weight that seemed to call out to him, tempting him to succumb to the darkness. The ritual was as perilous as Mrs. Blackwood had described. It was a delicate balancing act of precision and timing, demanding unwavering focus and physical and mental fortitude. The slightest error could unleash the full fury of the curse, not just upon himself, but upon the entire world. As he performed the ancient ritual, Alistair felt a connection to the amulet, an unsettling bond with its malevolent power. The stars aligned, creating a celestial gateway, a fragile bridge between his world and the realm of the Blackwood Coven. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, and Alistair realized he was not merely fighting the curse, but battling the forces of darkness that existed beyond human comprehension. The cost of failure was the destruction of his world. Success lay in mastering the amulet's power, reigning in the darkness that threatened to consume everything in its path. His very life, his sanity, and the fate of countless others hung precariously in the balance. The darkness waited, and the battle had begun. The weight of the amulet, even resting on the dusty stone floor of the hidden chamber, felt oppressive. Alistair, his body trembling with exhaustion and the lingering effects of the ritual's demands, knew he couldn't simply leave it there. The curse, though momentarily subdued, still clung to him, a spectral shadow mirroring his own depleted strength. He needed answers, a deeper understanding of the relic's history, and the only person he could think of who possessed the arcane knowledge required was Professor Evelyn Reed, a historian specializing in the obscure practices of witchcraft and early modern demonology. Professor Reed's study, nestled within the ancient walls of the university's history department, was a haven of organized chaos. Stacks of books, their spines cracked and pages yellowed with age, threatened to topple from overflowing shelves. The air hung heavy with the scent of aged paper and pipe tobacco, a comforting aroma that did little to quell the unease that gnawed at Alistair. He explained his plight, his voice hoarse from days of relentless exertion and sleepless nights plagued by vivid, terrifying dreams. He described the amulet, its intricate carvings, the unsettling eyes of the serpent, the searing pain, the hallucinations, the nightmares, a torrent of terrifying experiences that left Professor Reed visibly shaken. Professor Reed listened intently, her sharp gaze never leaving his face. Her eyes, though old, held a depth of knowledge and understanding that reassured him, even as the weight of his predicament pressed down on him. Unlike Dr. Hayes, whose initial skepticism had quickly morphed into fear, Professor Reed possessed a certain calm acceptance, a chilling awareness that suggested she was intimately familiar with such dark matters. "The Blackwood Coven," she murmured, tracing a finger along the spine of a particularly ancient tome, a name whispered in hushed tones for centuries. Their rituals were unconventional, to say the least. Boundless in their ambition, relentless in their pursuit of power. She paused, her expression somber. "This amulet, it is far older than even the most ancient accounts suggest. The serpent, it symbolizes more than mere decoration. It represents a connection, a conduit to something far older than the coven itself." She spent the next few hours poring over ancient texts, illuminated manuscripts, and forgotten grimoires. Alistair watched her, mesmerized, as she deciphered archaic scripts, her knowledge seemingly limitless, her understanding of the arcane symbols and hidden meanings astounding. She spoke of forgotten gods, of ancient pacts forged in blood and shadow, of rituals designed to bend reality to the will of the coven. "The amulet," Professor Reed explained, her voice low and grave, "is not simply cursed. It is a key to a power far beyond human comprehension. The coven sought to harness the energies of the otherworld, to tap into a primal force that lies beyond our understanding. They believed this amulet was the conduit, a means to bridge the gap between worlds." Professor Reed revealed that the Blackwood Coven's origins were shrouded in mystery, their history lost to time, their practices shrouded in secrecy. However, she uncovered fragmented accounts, suggesting their rituals involved sacrifices, both human and animal, to appease powerful entities. These entities, according to the texts, were not merely demons or spirits, but something far older, entities whose existence transcended the human understanding of the supernatural. They were primordial forces, ancient beings that predated humankind. The coven, in their hubris, believed they could control these entities, manipulate their power for their own nefarious purposes. Their attempts, however, were fraught with danger. The text spoke of catastrophic failures, of rituals gone horribly wrong, of the coven's desperate attempts to contain the very forces they sought to control. The amulet, she explained, was a testament to these failures, a tangible representation of their hubris and their ultimate defeat. The curse, then, wasn't simply a consequence of their dark practices, it was the raw, untamed power of the entities they sought to control, unleashed upon anyone who dared to disturb their ancient slumber. Professor Reed meticulously detailed the Coven's history, revealing their descent into madness and the catastrophic consequences of their unchecked ambition. She uncovered records of their attempts to create a gateway to a realm beyond human comprehension, a gateway that would unleash forces beyond human control. The amulet, she posited, was the key to this gateway, a conduit through which the ancient entities could exert their influence upon the mortal world. Breaking the curse, she concluded, her expression grave, is not merely a matter of performing a counter-ritual. It requires understanding the amulet's true nature, its connection to the ancient entities, and the Coven's ultimate goal. It's a battle against forces far older and more powerful than anything we can comprehend. She handed Alistair a worn leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age. This contains the Coven's rituals and incantations. Study it carefully. It might hold the key to your survival, and perhaps, the salvation of others. The book contained a complex series of diagrams, incantations written in a language long dead, and descriptions of elaborate rituals that chilled Alistair to the bone. The text spoke of celestial alignments, specific locations imbued with ancient energy, and the need for specific ingredients that Alistair realized with a shudder were not easily obtained. He needed to navigate treacherous paths, both literal and figurative, to acquire the components required for the ritual. The task ahead was monumental, a desperate race against time and against forces that far exceeded his capabilities. The amulet's influence remained, a constant, gnawing presence, whispering temptations in his mind, testing his sanity. But now, armed with Professor Reed's knowledge, Alistair possessed a fighting chance, a slender thread of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. The journey wouldn't be easy, the dangers were immense, but armed with the knowledge of the Blackwood Coven's history, and armed with the hope of breaking this deadly curse, Alistair would face his destiny, stepping into the darkness, prepared to confront the ancient evils that had been awakened. The fate of many, perhaps the world itself, rested on his shoulders, and he was resolved to fight. His struggle was no longer just against the curse, but against the very fabric of reality itself. The aged parchment crackled under Alistair's trembling fingers. Professor Reed's warnings echoed in his ears. The Blackwood Coven's rituals were not mere superstition, they were attempts to manipulate forces far beyond human comprehension. The amulet, far from being a simple cursed object, was a key, a conduit to an ancient, malevolent power. The book, a grimoire detailing the Coven's practices, revealed a chilling tapestry of forbidden knowledge, a testament to their ambition and their catastrophic failures. The Coven's history, as pieced together by Professor Reed from scattered fragments of information, stretched back centuries, shrouded in secrecy and shrouded in the shadows of time. Their origins were lost to the mists of antiquity, their early rituals veiled in mystery. However, the fragmented accounts, mostly from the late medieval and early modern periods, spoke of a relentless pursuit of power, a desperate yearning to transcend the limitations of mortality. The Coven's members, drawn from various social strata, were united by a common belief that through forbidden rituals, they could command the very forces that shaped reality itself. The grimoire detailed their methods in horrifying detail. It described elaborate ceremonies, performed under specific celestial alignments, involving sacrifices, both human and animal, offered to appease entities whose existence defied human understanding. These weren't simply demons or spirits, they were primordial beings, ancient entities whose consciousness predated the very concept of humanity. The Coven believed they could harness these entities' power, use them as instruments of their will, bending the fabric of reality to their whim. Their ambition, however, proved to be their undoing. The grimoire detailed catastrophic failures, rituals that spiraled out of control, unleashing forces the Coven could not contain. The descriptions of these events were nightmarish, filled with vivid depictions of chaos and destruction, hinting at realities beyond the comprehension of mortal minds. There were accounts of lands warped, of time itself distorted, and of beings emerging from the darkness, beings that defied description. The Coven, in their arrogance, had underestimated the forces they sought to command. Their attempts to control primordial power backfired spectacularly, transforming them from masters into desperate prisoners of their own hubris. The amulet, Alistair realized, was a tangible manifestation of this catastrophic failure. It wasn't merely cursed, it was a vessel, a receptacle for the untamed power of these ancient entities. The serpent carved into its surface was not mere decoration, it represented the connection, the conduit through which the primordial entities exerted their influence upon the mortal realm. The curse, therefore, was not simply a consequence of the Coven's dark practices, it was the raw, unleashed might of the entities themselves, a testament to their immense and terrifying power. The further Alistair delved into the grimoire, the more he understood the depth of the Coven's obsession. They weren't simply interested in manipulating the supernatural, they sought to fundamentally alter reality itself. Their rituals, increasingly complex and dangerous, aimed to create a gateway, a breach in the fabric of existence that would allow these ancient entities to fully manifest themselves in the mortal world. The amulet was the key to this gateway, a potent instrument of immense power, capable of shattering the boundaries between realms. The grimoire's final chapters detailed the Coven's ultimate downfall. The text spoke of a final, desperate ritual, a catastrophic attempt to fully open the gateway, a ritual that ultimately went horribly wrong. The consequences were devastating. The ancient entities, unleashed upon the world, wreaked havoc, unleashing chaos and destruction on an unimaginable scale. The Coven itself was consumed by the very forces it sought to control, its members either annihilated or driven mad by the horrors they unleashed. The amulet, left behind in the aftermath, became a testament to their failure, a chilling reminder of the dangers of tampering with forces beyond human understanding. It was a key that should never have been used, a doorway that should never have been opened. Alistair's research extended beyond the grimoire. He delved into historical records, piecing together fragments of the Coven's history from scattered documents, obscure accounts, and local folklore. He found whispers of their existence in old parish records, in the terrified testimonies of villagers, and in the cryptic markings etched into ancient stones. He discovered that the Blackwood Coven wasn't confined to a single location. Their influence spread across a wide geographical area, leaving a trail of destruction and unsettling legends in their wake. Their rituals weren't limited to a specific time period. They seemed to have operated over centuries, their activities becoming increasingly desperate and reckless as their power waned. He learned of their meticulous planning, their deep understanding of the occult, and their relentless pursuit of power. He learned of their sacrifices, of the horrifying details of their rituals, and of the catastrophic consequences that resulted from their hubris. He discovered that they were not just a group of deluded individuals, they were skilled practitioners of the occult, capable of manipulating powerful entities and performing rituals that defied the boundaries of the known world. The historical context provided a chilling backdrop to Alistair's own situation. The amulet, he understood, was far more dangerous than he had initially realized. He wasn't merely dealing with a cursed artifact, he was grappling with the legacy of a powerful, ancient coven, a coven that had risked everything in their pursuit of forbidden knowledge. He was facing the consequences of their actions, a consequence that threatened to engulf him and potentially the world. The weight of this realization pressed upon him, a crushing burden that threatened to overwhelm him. But amidst the terror, a spark of determination ignited. He wouldn't succumb to fear, he would fight. He would use the knowledge he had gained to break the curse, to seal the gateway, and to prevent the horrors of the Blackwood Coven's legacy from resurfacing. The challenge was immense. Breaking the curse would require more than simply performing a counter-ritual. It demanded a deep understanding of the amulet's history, its connection to the ancient entities, and the true nature of the Coven's ultimate goal. It was a battle against forces far older and far more powerful than anything he could ever have imagined. He needed to prepare himself, not only intellectually but also spiritually and physically. The path ahead was perilous, filled with unimaginable dangers and insurmountable odds. But Alistair was determined to overcome them, fueled by a grim resolve and the knowledge that the fate of many, perhaps even the world, rested on his shoulders. The curse was not simply a matter of personal survival, it was a battle for the very fabric of reality itself. He was ready. The fight had begun. The air in the abandoned chapel hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying stone. Alistair, his face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, meticulously arranged the artifacts on the worn flagstones. Professor Reed, his usually meticulous attire rumpled and stained with dirt, stood beside him, his breath misting in the chill air. The amulet, pulsating with an inner, malevolent light, lay at the center, surrounded by a circle of herbs and stones, their arrangement dictated by the cryptic diagrams within the grimoire. This was it. The culmination of months of painstaking research, of deciphering ancient texts and deciphering cryptic symbols, of venturing into forgotten corners of history and battling against the pervasive fear that clung to every step. This was their attempt to break the curse, to sever the connection between the amulet and the primordial entities it had unleashed upon the world. But the ritual was far more dangerous than either of them had initially anticipated. The grimoire warned of unforeseen consequences, of a delicate balance that could easily be upset, unleashing far greater horrors than the curse itself. The professor, his voice a low, hushed whisper, began the incantation. His words, drawn from the ancient texts, echoed through the crumbling chapel, a chilling counterpoint to the amulet's malevolent glow. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable tension that pressed against Alistair's chest, making it hard to breathe. He felt a profound sense of unease, a feeling that went beyond simple fear, a dread that gnawed at the very core of his being. It wasn't just the ritual itself, it was the sheer weight of history, the centuries of dark rituals and catastrophic failures that seemed to converge upon this single moment. As the professor chanted, Alistair felt the amulet's energy surge. It vibrated with a force that seemed to shake the very foundations of the chapel, a palpable manifestation of the ancient entity's power. He felt a cold dread wash over him, a sensation that went far beyond mere fear, a feeling that primal, dark beings were awakening, their power seeking a release. The air shimmered, distorting the candlelight, creating fleeting visions of swirling darkness and grotesque shapes that seemed to claw at the edge of perception. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Dust rained down from the cracked ceiling, and the candles flickered wildly, threatening to extinguish. A low, guttural moan echoed through the chapel, a sound that resonated deep within Alistair's bones, stirring primal fears he hadn't known existed. The air became thick with a palpable sense of malice, an overwhelming presence that seemed to press down upon them, suffocating. He could almost feel the ancient entity's rage, their frustration at being contained, at being thwarted in their attempts to fully manifest in the mortal world. Professor Reed stumbled, his voice cracking mid-incantation. He looked at Alistair, his eyes wide with terror, his face pale and drawn. It's stronger than we thought," he gasped, his voice barely audible above the rising moan. "The entities, they're resisting." Alistair, despite his own fear, remained resolute. He gripped the ceremonial dagger, its cold steel a small comfort in the face of the overwhelming terror. He knew they couldn't stop now. They had come too far, risked too much. The fate of the world, as he now fully understood, rested on their success, on their ability to break the curse. He focused on the task at hand, recalling the diagrams in the grimoire, the precise sequence of actions, the specific words that needed to be spoken. The ritual continued, becoming more perilous with each passing moment. The ground shook more violently, the air grew colder, and the guttural moans intensified, transforming into a cacophony of monstrous sounds. Visions of twisted, horrific figures flashed before Alistair's eyes, remnants of the primordial being's attempts to break free. He fought against the encroaching terror, focusing on the task at hand, willing himself to continue. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the amulet. A wave of searing energy washed over them, throwing them back against the chapel walls. Alistair felt a searing pain, a feeling of his very essence being ripped apart. He screamed, the sound swallowed by the monstrous cacophony. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself lying on the cold flagstones, his body trembling, his breath ragged. The amulet lay inert, its malevolent glow extinguished. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy that had moments before filled the chapel. Professor Reed lay beside him, unconscious but breathing. Alistair looked around the chapel. The damage was extensive, the walls cracked and crumbling, the air thick with the lingering scent of ozone and fear. But the overwhelming feeling of dread had vanished. The malevolent presence that had suffocated them was gone. They had succeeded. The curse was broken. Or so it seemed. As Alistair helped the professor to his feet, a new tremor rippled through the ground, more subtle this time, barely perceptible. A single stone detached itself from a nearby archway and tumbled to the floor with a soft thud. Alistair's heart hammered against his ribs. It was a small sign, barely noticeable, yet it was enough to send a chill down his spine. Had they truly broken the curse, or had they only temporarily contained the entities, delaying an even more terrifying unleashing? The answer remained shrouded in doubt, a chilling reminder of the ancient and unpredictable power they had briefly, dangerously wrestled with. The victory, he realized, felt as much like the start of a new, perilous chapter as a true ending. The ancient entities were not vanquished, merely contained, and the knowledge of what lurked beneath the surface continued to haunt him, lingering in the silence as a chilling reminder of the forces he had so narrowly escaped.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?